Good morning, everyone. Namaste. Welcome to the 2023 DISES India Roundtable. We are so excited to see this day finally get here after over a year of planning, so we're very excited. My name is Nicole DeClouette. I am serving as the president of DISES this year. I'm the one that's been emailing you about the program so many times, so now you have a face to put with the name. Anyway, I'm an associate dean for the College of Education at Georgia College and State University in the United States. I'm also a professor of special education, and I'm going to go down the line here and let people introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Ritu Chopra. I am the Executive Director of the Paraprofessional Research and Resource Center at the University of Colorado, Denver, and I also serve as the Treasurer for the DISES.
I lost my phone at the registration.
She likes to make a grand
Always
entrance.
entrance.
Hi. So, who's up for karaoke? Hi. So, I'm Dr. Clara Howard. I'm at Marymount University in Virginia, and I've been a member of DISES for many, many years. And I also extend my welcome with our president. I'm the past president of DISES. It's wonderful to see you here. We're excited for the next few days, and I'll pass that on.
I'm Dr. Indumati Rao. I'm Regional Advisor for CVR Network. I am a co-organizer for DISES Roundtable. I welcome all of you to India, to Bangalore, and to this conference.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Jugna Agrawal. I work with Fairfax County Public Schools, and I'm one of the past presidents of DISES. And I talk about DISES that once you become a member of DISES family, it's a family for life. So I welcome all of you to this conference.
Okay, so it was back in April 2022 when the DISES Board of Directors actually approved India as the site for the 2023 international event. So we've been working on this for, like I said, over a year. And anyone who's planned a conference before knows that it requires a great team effort. And I've been surrounded by the most fabulous team I could imagine. So please stand to be acknowledged and remain standing for applause, okay? So past President and Conference Chair Jagnu Agrawal, past President Clara Hout, Vice President Rebecca Jez, President-elect Beth Colquitt, she may be at the registration table, so say hi to her when you're going by. Treasurer Ritu Chopra, Member-at-large for event support Carrie Mignano, she might be at the registration table too. Member-at-large communications Catherine Crichton Martin, and Member-at-large membership support Elizabeth Zagata. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. I also want to mention our board of directors who are not able to make the conference. We have the best executive director of the diocese, Dr. Alice Farling, Secretary Nikki Dowd, membership officer Jen Ward, Member-at-large international outreach Mansoor Chowdhury, and our student representative Salim Kazada. So please give them a round of applause as well. All right, so for how many of you can raise your hand, this is your very first diocese event. We want to see how many newcomers we have. That is wonderful. Welcome. We're so happy to see you here. For those of you returning as diocese participants, we welcome you and we invite you to please, you saw the people who raised their hand, please make them feel welcome and a part of the diocese family. So one essential part of putting on one of our international events is the partnerships we forge with our partners in the country where we hold the event. So this year our partner is CBR, Community-Based Rehabilitation. So I want us to give our partners, Dr. Rao, you can stand, Giovanni, and all of the CBR network volunteers, thank you very much for your support and your collaboration. We also want to thank our sponsor, Hello Feelings by Slumberkins and Dr. Rebecca Jez for facilitating that. And what we want to do now is to start networking some more and introductions. So we want you to stand and introduce yourself to two people who you do not know and you have not yet talked to. Okay? So you can tell them, you can share your name, where you live, and what you do for work. Okay?
Hello, Dr. Brown. Good to see you. Very excited. Yeah. We have our Baby, I'm really missing you. You can't hear me. Okay.
Hi, can you hear us? Can you hear us now? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, ma'am? How can you hear us? Hello, hello. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Hello. Can you hear us? Audio. Server. ಇದು ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಿಮ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಇದು ಇದಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮ್ದು ಯಾವುದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇದಲ್ವಾ ನಾವು ರಿಮೂವ್ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಔಟ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಈಗ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ
Yes, ma'am.
ಔಟ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಔಟ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಅದೇ ಬೇಡ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರವ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇದಾಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ
I've been having in the Envision also.
Yes, hello James, it's good to see you. I knew you. I met you in the table when you came in. Oh, yes. My name is Dr. Val. I came from Washington, D.C. A very long way. Florida.
So what we see, there is a, so we are also connected to our conference room speaker. So that is why it is not allowing us to speak the register. So what we'll do is right now we will do like this. And later on, I'll call you that if anything has to speak, that time I'll just call you again so that you can speak. But right now you can. Right now you can speak. Okay, I'll leave it at this. But later on, when she is speaking, one time we will not be able to hear from her, but we will not be able to hear. Yeah, so right now you can speak.
Wrap up your conversations in the next 30 seconds. We are so excited about the energy and conversation that's happening in the room. I hope you met some new DISES friends. Thank you all. I hope through the next 2 days, well, 2.5 days, that you have more opportunity to continue these conversations with new folks that you've met. I do have some housekeeping items for us, and then we're going to get on with the program. So the first housekeeping item is that this is the sunflower room. There will be presentations in this room. When you go out the door past the food, if you keep going straight by the elevator and stairs, you'll run into the Lily and Jasmine room. The restrooms or bathrooms or toilets, depending on where you're from. Yeah, those are on the first floor. So we're on the second floor here. If you go down one level, they are kind of in the back corner of this building. So get off the elevator and stairs and head in that corner. That's where you'll find the restrooms. Please silence your mobile phones so that we won't have any interruptions during presentations. We are having a raffle drawing throughout the next 2 days, so if you've not already put your name on a raffle ticket, please come see Elizabeth here.
It's a small bag.
Our first drawing is going to be at the end of the opening session, so if you haven't got a slip, you may want to run out there and get one real quick. Okay, meals and tea. So today and tomorrow, our breakfast and lunch meals will be provided in this area. Friday morning, breakfast will be as a group at the poolside. So the pool is in the building across from registration. So we'll meet there for breakfast. Also note that on Friday, the breakfast will begin at 7:30 to 8:30. That will give us time to get ready to leave for the schools. Transportation to the schools, we've arranged for cars to pick you up and bring you back to the resort. We have the sheets at the registration table with your name listed for the school that you're going to visit. And we also have a DISES group leader for each group. And I'd like for them to stand right now so that everyone knows who they're looking for. So the Spastic Society, that will be Cheryl Burke. Cheryl, yes, wave your hands so everybody sees what you look like. Shrishti Montessori House of Children, Clara. Okay, Delhi Public School, Jagnu. Topeka Special School, Rebecca. And then we have the Colors Learning Center. We're going to figure out who's leading that group. The other thing is we have discussion prompts throughout the program, and we'd like you to read those and pay attention to them. We also, Dr. Rebecca Jez will be leading those, so pay attention to those. Hopefully those will give you an opportunity to get to know people on a deeper level. Yoga, who's excited about the yoga class? Anybody come? You can't come to India and not do yoga, right? The birthplace of yoga. So Thursday and Friday morning, 7 to 8 a.m. The cost is $15 or 1,200 rupees. The mats will be provided, and the location is the Eden Garden. Jagnu, did you find out where the Eden Garden was?
Yes, it's right outside the banquet hall.
Right outside the banquet hall. Okay. So now, before I turn it over to Jagnu and Dr. Rao to provide, to do the lighting of the lamp and then provide overview context of special education in India, I invite you to take a moment to set an intention for the conference. So maybe your intention is to network. Maybe your intention is just to be present in the presentations and learn and hear from each other. So take a moment to write down your intention for the next 3 days. We will come back to this, so please write it down.
Inauguration nila. Like, lipat sila. మరి
Okay, thank you, and I will turn it over now to Dr. Jagmeet Agrawal and Dr. Rao.
I want to meet them. Just right here. Turn on the mic. And then when we're ready. Oh, sorry. This is them? This is them? Which one?
Technology is great when it works, right? So I wanted to welcome Dr. Indumati Rao to the conference. She has been our partner and she has been doing phenomenal work. And I'll turn it over to her to do the introductions for our.
Thank you very much. Once again, namaste to DISES from India, and I once again want to share that we are extremely happy that you could spare your valuable time to travel all the way to be here. So welcome you all once again, and I hope you enjoy every moment of your stay in Bangalore in India. I'm very happy to introduce two very distinguished guests who are part of this conference. One is Srimati Mrs. Rukmini Krishnaswamy, one of the stalwarts who is working in the field of disability for almost for 6-7 decades, and she has been one of the mentors for many people, including people like me. And she is the founder of the Spastic Society of Karnataka. Spastic Society has many branches in India, but Spastic Society of Karnataka is very unique for its vast work in cities, also in rural areas. So a lot of technology is developed by Mrs. Krishnaswamy. And looking at Krishnaswamy's capacity to build the programs, including community-based rehabilitation, inclusive education, teacher training program. So she's one of the pioneers in India. So I welcome Srimati Rukmini ji, Mrs. Rukmini Krishnaswamy ji, who has agreed to light the lamp. And before we go for lighting the lamp, I want to introduce one more distinguished speaker, Srimati Nupur Junjunwala, who is sitting to my left. She's the co-founder and trustee of Changing, okay? And she's a lifelong advocate for building equitable, inclusive societies. Nupurji has vast experience working with the ministry. Like, she knows how to work from head. People like me, we work more from heart. So I learned a lot from people like Nupurji, how to work with the government and policymakers. There's a lot of lessons for people like me. She has extensive experience in impacting national global goals, policies, women empowerment. She is part of the Ministry for Women and Child Development, and financial inclusion and disability rights. Through her extensive experience of working across multiple geographies, intergovernmental organizations, state governments, even UN organizations, and within India and also with different countries, she brings a vast amount of knowledge to the table on how to move. And I I'm sure maybe most of you do not know, but Nupurji also has experienced what it is to be a parent. So she is a stakeholder. She is going to speak from her first-hand experience what she needs as a parent from the community of professionals, like what kind of changes we need to really bring in. And Nupurji is also a strong proponent of technology that she will be sharing with us about how we should go about it. So thank you very much, Nupurji, for being with us. Thank you.
And then I also want to introduce Professor Adarsh Sharma. She is amongst us today, and she has influenced the area of child development for almost 5 decades. And it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Adarsh Sharma. She is she has done her PhD degree from University of Delhi, and after that she went on to be a professor at Lady Irwin College in New Delhi. Then she moved to GB Pant University, and then she worked at NIPSID for 20 years, from where she retired. She was then also welcomed by the ministry, and she has done extensive projects and still continues, even after her retirement, continues to be an active member and advocate for children with disabilities and continues to work in that area. She has published extensively. And last but not the least, Dr. Sharma was bestowed upon the Lifetime Exemplary Contribution Award by Early Childhood Association of India. So please welcome her. So I want Dr. Sharma to come and light the lamp here, and Dr. Rukmani Krishna Swami will light the lamp.
Yes, Rukmini ji is in her 90s, so she wanted to come, but she could not come, so she's going to do it virtually.
DISES wanted the presentation.
Okay, so before I turn it all over to Ms. Jumimala, I do want to set the stage for special education and give a little bit of context of special education in India. So I started my journey in special education in India in '93, and there are several people in the audience who actually were part of my journey and who are also here. So just setting the stage for special education in India, India is a very unique country. India is very diverse. We have 28 states and 8 union territories. And we have over 300 plus dialects and over 20 plus languages that are spoken in India. And that makes special education in the Indian context really complex. Identification, working with kids, working with families, and 80% of the Indians live in rural areas. So reaching at the grassroots levels and everything, it's a arduous journey, but I would also say that we also have a lot of pockets of excellence in India. But because of the vast country and all the other challenges and the diversity, which obviously is really good, but it also makes it challenging to do the work. So what I want to do here is I want to ask my delegates who are local delegates from India also to add a little bit about how they perceive or what are some things that they see related to the field of special education in India currently. So anybody, do I have any volunteers from my Indian delegates who would like to add to what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Preeti, an associate professor and heading the Department of Special Education at All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysuru. Mysuru is a 3 hours, is a town city in Karnataka, 3 hours journey from Bangalore. And our institute comes under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And we have the Department of Special Education. We have a preschool training center. So, as Jubi Madam told the scenario, in our institute we mostly highlight on early identification and intervention. That's the need of the hour, as we all know. So we have a full set of since it's an institute, we have a full setup of audiologists and speech language pathologists and other professionals working together for rehabilitating children with special needs into the regular setup, because that being the main aim of mainstreaming, isn't it? So we have that good professional understanding within our institute, and we develop all the required skills. But when they go to a mainstream setup, it's little difficult because the scenario is just changing. It's not fully changed. We are in the process of changing that. We are the regular school teachers are accepting. They are getting sensitized about the requirement of children with special needs, and with lots of policies and all those things coming up. They are accepting, but yes, there needs to be a lot more to be done so that children are successfully integrated and included into the regular setup. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think one of the main challenges which we have in the country is we do have pro policies, we do have provisions, but we don't have that many resources. And one of the most difficult things which we are confronting is lack of awareness amongst the parents. So I think advocacy would be our main role. And in that, I have three P's: politicians, people, parents, and of course in the community as such. So I think if we are able to meet that, lot of things would be done. There is a lot of now technology and so on, which would help people understand also through distance education, different means of communication. So I hope in the coming years, we will go ahead and meet this challenge.
One more in the back.
Hi, I'm Radhika Mosquita from the Gateway School in Mumbai. Since the theme is inclusion, I want to talk a little bit about that. India is committed, as we shared, we have policies for inclusion, we're signatories to the UNCRPD. Our national policies also support inclusion. There's challenges with operationalizing what inclusion looks like on the ground. Our national education policy says that all students should be included, but they also make provisions for specialist schools as well as homeschooling. I think what would be really great would be to understand what inclusion looks like in the global south. We are influenced by the West, and yes, the West has started the trends, but I think we need to contextualize and understand what inclusion can be for countries like us.
Hi everyone, I'm Shweta. I'm in a unique position because I was in Bangalore for 12 years and now I'm representing UW Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you. So given that I was here for 12 years, I'd like to talk about inclusion a little bit from a teacher training perspective. Again, we have fantastic policies on paper, but in terms of translating that into teacher preparation, and then finally getting resources to students, that remains a huge challenge. So organizations like the CBR Network, the organization that I worked with, which was a not-for-profit organization, that remains the backbone of teacher preparation even to this day, which means that teacher prep is still rather informal because our government doesn't really recognize and prepare teachers for specific learning disabilities. EBD is not recognized by our government. So these are, yeah, challenges that are still being faced over here. So we do have some way to go, but I think given the current generations of teachers, of students, social media has a lot to do with just awareness. I think awareness is definitely, well, there is a lot more awareness. So there's hope. There's always hope. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Lalita Ramanujan. I entered into this field as a parent looking for help. In 1985, looking out for help for my daughter, sent me around the country with my husband. We couldn't get anything. And then moved in first to England to learn something under the Hornsby program, Alpha to Omega. It was then I learned that I always had to go to the West to learn things because we had nothing here for us. Teachers were helpful. Schools, whether we liked it or not, was like inclusive. You stay there whether you get the help or not, and that's how it was for many years. And then when my child got the help, it was a big thing. And today I'm very, very happy to see that where we went for help, you have come here to see and share ideas. That's a big thing for us. Secondly, I want to share that so many organizations I've seen over the last 35 years grow. Working and having a small school for children with specific learning difficulties has taught us a lot. We learn every day and then we find we have to learn more. That's where we are. It's so great that the government policies are there, as everybody here said. Implementation takes time. It's nice to work on the paper. When you sit on the committees, it's so happy, oh, these children are going to get. But when you come out of the hall, when is it going to happen? It is going to take time. I think we should never stop. We should always fight. And for children with a difference, there is always going to be a battle, it's a fight against the current. So I'm happy that all of you are here to help and share. And I only pray that this grows and we become a very big body, an international body, joining hands to help all children to take away the stigma that they don't have to be in a separate place, but they get to be with other children and be one among their peers. Thank you.
I'm going to turn it to our keynote speaker, Ms. Mukherjee.
Yeah. I'm going to say Mrs. Rukmini Krishnaswamy is going to share a few words. Over to Mrs. Rukmini Krishnaswamy.
Thank you. Once again, Madam, can't hear you.
Every aspect of life, and that is taught with early child education to begin with, or maybe even earlier. I just wanted to say, since I thought that I get 10 minutes, I don't want to talk, but at the same time, I just wanted to mention a few words. First of all, I must say to all of you, I think welcome to Bangalore, which is a great city, and all the members of the out that across the world, many children do not receive adequate education, including large numbers of disabilities, and now we call them special needs children. But I have used the word disabilities, that is what is used in some of these aspects here described. This is despite Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, which says everyone has the right to education, to be taught and not stand apart when you want to are practicing it.
यहाँ से ऑडियो केवल ओके है आपके वाली देखिए
To be accepted and not accommodated, to have friends and not just companions, to be needed and not just a person with needs, to be a participant, not a spectator, to have responsibilities, not just enjoy lives, to have opportunities and not favors. It is really inclusion. All these factors are to be included to make inclusion in education a success. This was written in 1948 by Human Rights. There's another important factor I want to share with you. What the lack of knowledge, educational access, technology, and children with special needs. Initially, when treated as disabled, nothing can be done. But initially now changes, there are changes which is happening, which is positive. Initially treated as unwanted, segregated from other children, left in education, which was carried out in special school. In recent times, there has been shifted towards children with special needs attend the same schools as non-disabled children. The concept of inclusive education has been spelled out by Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action on Special Needs Education, 1994. In the Salamanca Statement, it states that all governments have been urged to adopt as a matter of law or policy the principle of inclusive education, enrolling all children in regular schools unless there are compelling reasons for doing otherwise. The basic premise is that the school should meet the education needs of all children, irrespective of their disabilities, and adhere to their special needs. This is something which is done in 1994, written the Salamanca Statement. I think we are giving life to all these factors which have been mentioned earlier. The objectives of the policies on inclusive education is to give us the highest prerogative and also importance to inclusive education. UNESCO 1994 states that all children learn together whatever is possible, regardless of the difficulties or differences they may have. Inclusive schools must recognize and respond to the diverse needs of their students, accommodating both different styles and rates of learning and ensuring quality education to all through appropriate curricula, organization and arrangements, teaching strategies, resource use of partnership with their communities. Inclusive education promotes child-to-child learning and participation of parents and community planning and execution of services for children in general and children with special needs. And also we have to look at the reality. All this is very important, but reality doesn't substitute. But we have to fight with the so-called reality which you are doing, and we are succeeding. Another important factor we have to consider simple way I'm putting has to be included in every classroom when we're working with. I just want to say a few more words and thank you all. I think we have to also think of partners in action for effective inclusive education. It's not teachers and us, but more than that. Who are they? I'm sure everything is happening. It's just that I'm reminding myself and seeing that more of these activities are done. Let me start with the government. What can our government do? I'm sure they are doing quite a bit. I'm thanking them. Barrier-free environment. Barrier-free environment is very important. Technical support. Financial assistance. Legislation. Mobility aids and appliances and research. I think government, I'm sure, is already doing quite a few activities of this kind, and we expect them to do even more. I'm finished. 1 second, I'm finished. Okay. Community. Acceptance and promotion of social integration, involvement, very important. Corporate sector, technical training, employment, sponsorship. Educational institution, equal opportunities in academic, sports, cultural activities, vocational, and vocational training. Family, personal and government education, and other activities of the world. This is what it is. I think media can highlight the potentials of our children, our special needs, success stories, creation of public opinion. Social agencies, promotion through financial assistance, network advocacy. Thank you so much. I may be exceeded by maybe 2-3 minutes. Excessively sorry for that. But I thought I should
Thank you, Rukmini.
pour my heart on it and what I have to do.
Thank you very much, Rukmini.
Hopefully it's working. So I will give it to Ms. Nupur Junjunwala.
Hi, thank you. So I'm going to walk around a little bit if you all don't mind. Put up the presentation. So before I start, as they load the presentation, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm the new kid on the block. I know Indumati Rao ma'am spoke a lot about me. Some of it exaggerated because she's a mentor. I met her about 10 years ago when I was sitting in a room in the Ministry of Education. And with everything Indumati Rao ma'am does, she came in and said, "What are you doing for inclusion? What is going on? What is all this talk?" And you're taken aback because there's an elderly lady who comes in, you're in a position where you can't say no and buzz her off. And at the same time, she's making sense because she's touched a nerve. And you start thinking about how some of this is actually the responsibility of the person sitting in an office that can make change. And it's not just about paperwork. And I think over the last 10 years, the little that I worked with government, in government, collaboratively outside, this is a shift I'm seeing happen. I think almost everybody in the room probably has a personal journey, why they are here. And that's the same with me. I'm a parent of a dyslexic child, a daughter who's now 15. And I grew up with a brother who's dyslexic. We were lucky that we came from a space where he got identified in the early 90s and got support. But for those who don't have the cultural context, I come from a Marwadi family, we are the business class of the country, great in math. We're supposed to know how to run a business the day we're born, excellent in professional jobs. And I had this little young brother who was really naughty.
and we didn't think he would even make it to become a peon in a businessman's office. So it was me who did reasonably okay academically, and this poor child who kept going, and then he got a diagnosis. And lucky for him, he was born to my parents who are very accepting, and sort of worked his journey. Today, he is a founder of a fintech company. Can't write a check. He wrote a 7 lakh check for a 7,000 bill because he mixed up the zeros. He's dyscalculic. But he runs a fintech company across 5 countries, employs 750 people. And that's the miracle of accommodations and supporting. So I've seen it firsthand, both the struggles, ups and downs, so I'm going to share some of this. I may ruffle a few feathers, so please bear with me. My experience is slightly different. So just starting with the topic that I thought we should talk about is mainstreaming inclusion to improve learning outcomes. I know we are a rights-based conversation and advocacy. Ultimately, you have to mainstream inclusion, and that's been my learning so far. It has to be embedded in learning outcomes. It cannot be good to have, I know somebody mentioned earlier that we have inclusion where kids sit in the same classroom, but are they helping each other improve together and uplifting everyone? That's the key. So that's where I come from. So a little bit about my, daughter's personal journey, how it started. This is her at 8 years. She started coming back from school crying, tormented, and this is one of the nicer pictures of her trying to do homework after a field trip. They had visited some monument in Delhi, and she was asked, and she just couldn't stop crying. She was sobbing, "Mommy, I'm scared. I forgot. I'm stupid. Please remove me from school. Maybe a better child deserves to be there." And she was shaking. She was like this, shaking, wobbling, crying. And this is a happy-go-lucky child in general. And there was this week where we went through this. And I went to the school and we couldn't figure it out. Finally, I had to report this and show it to the school headmistress. And then everybody sort of woke up and said, "What's going on," right? And this is how it's going today. She's now 15. She's a generation equality, she was selected as a generation equality champion by UN Women in 2021. She published a book called Purple Flame. It's a comic series with a dyslexic superhero who's a girl called Purple Flame. And she basically talks about inclusion, inspiring herself from her own life. So in the classroom, she's this little girl who's struggling with friends, and they have these little challenges. And then in her Purple Flame avatar, she finds a way to challenge and work. And even in that, if you see the comic series, it's on purpleflame.com. You'll be able to realize how even a superhero in their best can save everyone through their challenge, through their successes, but struggle emotionally. The first book is about her alone and a scientific reason why she saves a teacher who bullies her in school, and the second one is about a blind child and how they come together to save the typical smart kids in the school. This is her favorite quote, and this inspires me a lot. I may be young, but I strongly believe in defending those who cannot speak. Oh, sorry, can you go back? Cannot speak, whether it's an animal or child being bullied. She comes from a real space of empathy. I want people to become aware of the strengths of people with disabilities and include them in anything. And she comes from a space of strength. She's constantly being pulled up for her spellings, her inability to write full sentences, yet she's an author. And she says, "How does this matter?" So she's 15 now, ready to go for her board examinations. Next, I'm thinking about college. So how did this all happen, right? It's magical. I'm a great parent and we're awesome and life just happened. No, it wasn't. It was strategic. We are very, very lucky because a lot of pieces of the puzzle sort of came into place. First, she had a very early diagnosis. In grade 3, age 8, we had a teacher from hell, right? This teacher kept picking on her for her spellings, and that was the reason why I was crying at home. And she had these little dots around her who kept saying, "Tell me, ask me, I'll tell you the spelling. Tell me, copy from my notes." And these kids created a gang against this teacher who was a big bully, right? because they didn't think there was anything wrong in her. Their friend, they just figured that she was making her best attempt, and the teacher was too crazy to see it. And yet, when the school got to know about this, they came in, the headmistress was monitoring classes. One of the tips that she gave is, Nitya loves dogs, and why don't you read to the dog if you don't like reading out loud? Your dog's not going to judge you. I used to do it all the time. We had a very strong remedial teacher, Rama Tandon, who came in and started giving her interventions for OG. Also started supporting her in other classroom dynamics that was happening. She was based in the school. Next. Miss Harveen Ahluwalia, she's a retired teacher who came in as a tutor, who started helping her even before the diagnosis. And she, till date, so Nitya started with her when she was 6 years old. And till date, the first phone call that Nitya has, whether it's 2 a.m. or not, are these two teachers. Whether it's a struggle with me, a teacher, a fight with a friend, these two are her first phone calls, because that's the impact these teachers have made on her. Her school is an inclusive school, which has created an extremely strong support system. And I'll give you an example. Nitya and her friends had a really popular friend called Shivam. And when they were younger, it used to be Shivam so cute, or Shivam so fun, or Shivam mispronounced this, it's so funny, but he did this, that, and I'm a working parent. One of the birthday parties that year I went to was Shivam's. Guess what happened when I entered that birthday party? Shivam was a kid with Down syndrome. I've been hearing about this kid for 6 months. Never once did I hear that he looks funny, he speaks funny, he's different from us, oh mommy, he's a special kid. Never ever happened. And that's because of the school, the way they sort of put the kids together. Next. They have a bunch of really skilled inclusive teachers. And I'm not talking about special educators. All their regular teachers, whether it's the classroom teacher, whether it's the math teacher, the science, whatever it is, all those teachers are trained in inclusion. And this is very powerful. This ensures that Nitya, because she's so good at other stuff, is not part of a special kids program, but is supported by the mainstream classroom. Now, this has been a bumpy journey, right? So I've had some teachers who've just not been up to the mark no matter what. But the school has constantly been part of that journey to support it. One of the things that I learned very early on is when you apologize, people listen to you, have pity on you, and sort of do what you're asking them to do, right? As a parent, that's the least you can do, because you don't want the child to be bullied by the teacher. So I would always start conversations with class teachers saying, I'm so sorry to bother you. I've been trying really hard, but this is what we have to try and do, but is there any way? And then in 8th grade, Nitya's class teacher turned around and said, but Mrs. Jujunwala, why are you apologizing constantly? You're fighting for your child's right. This is her right. And it was like, okay. And then the class teacher said, and I don't understand why you keep coming to me. And I'm like, oh, I don't mean to offend you, And she's like, Nitya's been with us for now 8 years in school. She knows all of us. Why is she not coming and telling me this? She needs to start speaking up. It's her right. And that moment sort of converted it for me, right? And that's the power of an inclusive teacher. So that I think Vasantali did really well. They have all this great multisensory pedagogy that they use and they adapt and all of that. They're very mindful of accommodations. It's not, so they have this standard list that everybody has access to. So Nitya has dysgraphia, but we took a call that we won't take a scribe till later years if she's not able to cope. So all these years she did the writing herself. The teacher supported it, gave the extra time, gave her the confidence. From the writing we moved to typing. And now we've come to a position where it's board examinations, where she will do a scribe. But see, it was a mindful journey in which Nitya's needs, her choice, us as parents and teachers evaluated it. So today also when she has a scribe for the languages. She has any of those subjects, but she doesn't have a scribe in math. She has a reader in math because she says, I can't talk through math when I do it. So it's interesting that they do this. Next. Building support systems. And I know we spoke about community. I have so first day that Nitya got a diagnosis, I spoke to a parent, a fellow parent. So don't worry. Oh, we don't have to tell anybody. Oh, there's really this great special educator who's very discreet and you can send your child there. And I'm sure she and Nitya will do much better. After all, she's such a happy-go-lucky child, everybody loves her. And I was thinking, why are you shaming me? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding this language, and that's when I realized I'm going to start getting pushback and educating, right? So it was open, everybody in school knew, all the parents knew, Nitya had told her friends, so now when they do project work, it's like, I'll do the designing of my presentations, but guys, please take a look at the spellings, right? Don't expect me to do them well. So, those kind of things. They started learning Shakespeare, and she was really worried. And then Nitya writes poetry and all of that, and the smart kids, the genius kids, the gifted kids started saying, but I don't know why you're so scared, Nitya. You have such a great vocabulary. Spell check will sort it out, just use that. And that support system has been a constant journey because we've been learning from each other, telling us sometimes we get pushback, sometimes we don't. But that's again a factor that we are in an inclusive school. I know all of you are probably already experienced this. This is my first time experience from a Delhi school, which may be contrary to a lot of other kids who have been in this space. Go ahead. And then we leverage technology. It's our pacemaker. The iPad goes everywhere we go. We have two rules. The iPad is for studying. The mobile phone is for watching reels. We don't mix the two, right? We're now trying to figure out how to do study class, those study groups online. And as a parent, I'm finding it hard to monitor. But we use technology daily, alarm clocks, those kind of things, as well as edtech platforms and things. But at the bottom of all of this was that we never shied away from asking for support. That was our right. This was enforced at all points. When we were down, we reminded ourselves, and we sort of brought people together to help us through this. The attitude has always been one of understanding that the person that we are speaking to may not be aware. So getting there, but also accepting that there are jerks in the system. So we had an English teacher for Nitya who taught her for 3 years, who kept saying improve spellings, you can try harder. And at the end of it, I had to say, you know what, ma'am, we've tried really hard, but constantly asking Nitya to write that she has to learn her spellings is like asking a blind child to copy from your board. It's not going to happen. The teacher resigned. Not a proud moment as a parent, but you got to say it when you got to say it. So, go ahead. So Nitya is one of the estimated 35 million students in India with learning disabilities. This is, in my mind, a very underestimated number. She is a very lucky child because she came from privilege. She goes to one of the best schools, and of course, she's my kid. But there are 35 million children out there who also require this support. So, how did this happen? It was implementation of India's legal and policy framework that makes a success possible. I know there were conversations around earlier that said we don't have some of this. We do. We don't have awareness of it, but it's all there on paper. A lot of it is happening that we cannot see, but it's still happening. So I'm going to go into that next. Go ahead. So the Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016, this was updated in 2016. It recognizes 21 disabilities across the 4 categories: physical, intellectual, health, and multiple. In fact, right now we're in conversations at the Department of Persons with Disability. The Act currently puts in SLDs under intellectual disabilities, and we're working with them to create a new category called neurological disabilities or neurodivergence, and they're in the process of getting that approved. The Act aligns, of course, with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and it defines inclusive education as a system wherein students with and without disabilities learn together, and a system of teaching and learning that is suitably adapted to meet the learning needs of different types of students with disabilities. This is at the core of what the national education policy does. That's the national education policy. It came out in 2020. So it's very recent, we're only 3 years in. The focus is on the socio-economic disadvantaged groups, the SEDGs, which cover social, economic, disability, and gender. It mandates full participation of school in the regular schooling process from foundation, not from just K through 12, but foundation to higher education. That's the vision. There is a mandate to set up inclusive classrooms, not just barrier-free, but inclusive. Availability of assistive devices, and create an inclusive culture. This is the policy that's on paper. Next. But, of course, words look great, but they need to be acted on. So, from policy to implementation, that's the journey that India is now traversing. We have done it. I think we've done a pretty good job for a multiple sort of things. For the first 7 disabilities that were recognized, for the others we're trying to figure it out now. So next. India's scale and diversity. There are 257 million students in the country that are taught by 8 million teachers. They speak 22 different languages. These are just the official languages, dialects change. And I know Jubilji mentioned that earlier. But I want you to take a second. What are the maximum number of languages that are taught in your school? Or that you policy for, like, work towards? Anybody? 2, 1, 3, India has 3. But remember, at the grassroots level in India, there's a 3-language policy, right? So you do English, Hindi, Sanskrit, you do the state language. But at the national policy, as a policymaker in the government of India, I need to figure out how to create content in 22 languages. This is a continent, this is not a country. Maybe a couple of continents. Okay. Diversity. Of course, disability I have not put in this because, in addition, and gender I have not put, but religion, caste, and economics play a big role. Within a city, you will have multiple types of economic background people as well as, and these influence choices. We're still a generation of first generation learners. A lot of biases that kick in from that. And to just make that happen in the US, to go to college, what is the board that you clear or the examination? SAT or the ACT, 2 tests, right? Any other country that may be in the room can say how many boards? 1. India has multiple school boards. We have 3 central school boards, which is the CBSE, which is Central Board of Secondary Education. We have ICSE, which is which inspires itself from the IGCSE. And we have the National Institute of Open Schooling. These are national boards. Then each state has its own board. So that's 29 other boards that are run in the local languages, right? Along with these boards, there are open boards schooling at every stage. And if life is not fun already, we have the privileged community that works on international boards. So you have IGCSE and IB. Now think of you as a policymaker sitting in the Government of India office, with all of us coming and having them, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, you're not doing this. They already know they're not doing it. They're already struggling with it. Imagine problem solving for this. And once you've created that super policy, I would encourage all of you to read. Imagine saying, oh, you are just writing words. What is the difference if it's on your file? Nothing's happening on the ground. Which child has changed? How frustrating it must be for them. So this is our reality. Go ahead next. So that's why equality and equity becomes such a challenge in our country. It's not an excuse, it's just a challenge, right? Next. So they have pillars of implementation that is happening, which is strategically happening in the country right now. They're starting with the inclusive curriculum and pedagogy reforms across all stages. early learning, foundational literacy and numeracy has a program called Nipun. It's called Nipun Bharat. They've created a new national curriculum framework, which is very interesting. It talks about the pedagogical changes that need to be made, but disabilities are mainstreamed in that. So it also talks about how content needs to be adapted, modified, or created in assisted environments for the activities and the curriculum that they're creating. If you look at the new textbooks that have been created, they're now beginning to embed UGL multisensory ways of things. They're developing multisensory activity kits across subjects, across grades. They have something called the Jadui Pitara for foundational literacy. It's basically toys and puppets and TLMs, things that you can play with. But it's in the local context, so generally a local artisan makes it. There's a slight challenge with it that while they're all multisensory, they're not always UTL compliant. So they may have, for example, cubes which have dots that help with learning, but the dots may not be embedded in the way that a person with a visual impairment will be looking at. But they're learning and correcting as they go. Multisensory learning, universal design based learning, playway, immersive, is at the core of all the curriculum upgrades that are happening. This is being done through TLMs, textbooks, and teacher guides. It's happening slowly, but very, very surely. So, for example, we work in a northeastern conflict-driven state of Nagaland. And right now, when the TLMs for numeracy literacy were being created for grades 1 to 3, what we've done is they've mapped the learning outcomes to the class curriculum, the syllabus. And then from that syllabus, they've decided that I need worksheets, but worksheets are not just academic, they also address working memory and they address social emotional learning. And how do you tie all of that into the teacher lesson plan is what that state is working on. Bihar is doing it in a different way. Madhya Pradesh already has come out with TLMs that are based on universal design concepts. There's an e-learning platform called Diksha, where e-learning content which is locally produced has been put up. And that's interesting. They have video content, they have audio books, they have PDF-based textbooks, infographics, and then online assessments as well. And it's all been created locally and sort of put in place. Nishtha and PM E-Vidya is, there are 21 channels on television across which learning is taking, they're teaching classes. And Nishtha is the platform for teachers to understand these pedagogical changes. They're upgrading assessments to be inclusive. So for example, we were in a workshop with CBSE last month, which is the national board for most schools in the country. They are re-looking at their question banks and looking at it from an inclusive lens and reworking how they do alternative papers, question papers. And we were also in a workshop where the updated item banks for foundational literacy was happening in Bihar. And we were called in and say, oh, can you give the inclusive lens to these questions? And it's interesting because it's subtle, it's not in your face. Most disability activists are not part of these conversations, but it's happening because everybody wants to know how to do it. And then Indian Sign Language is now being recognized as an official language for teaching. We don't have enough interpreters. I think there's been some experimentation of plugins using AI, but some of that is already happening. I don't want to say that it looks really great on paper. It's it's a bumpy ride. We're not on a highway right now. We're on a kacha sarak, as we call it, a muddy road. Next. Teacher sensitization and capacity building. There is a mandate that as part of the pre-service, that's the training that teachers go through, the B.Ed program, Bachelor's in Education program, curriculum has been updated to include a paper on inclusion of people with disabilities and SLDs. We're still reviewing how good or bad that is. So that is now it's no longer specialization, it's part of the co-curriculum. And they have announced that they're developing a 6-month specialization course post getting your degree that you can do. So you don't need to necessarily do the master's program. A lot of work is happening in in-service training. There are online and physical trainings that are going on to implement all of this. Diksha is one of the platforms under which teacher training is happening. CBSE, for example, has found exemplar principals, school principals, who are now training other school leaders on different aspects of the national education policy and mandating how it needs to be sort of implemented. So we're in that stage. As we speak in Bihar right now, there is a school leaders training happening through the SCRT. It's a 5-day training program which includes all topics like curriculum, understanding students, pedagogy, assessments, all of that. And please let me know if I'm going over time. Yeah. And in that, the module on pedagogy and teaching learning strategies includes slides on UTL. Yeah.
2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. And technology has slides on assistive tech. Next. Inclusive classrooms, barrier-free is true. There's also a lot of adaptation. I was talking to them yesterday that in hilly states where slopes ramps may not be possible, classrooms are being adapted on the ground floor. Labs are being made assistive. Somebody already mentioned that flexible options of mainstreaming, special schools, homeschooling, or vocational accommodations. They have created an early screening tool called Prashas, and there is a lot of local, tools also being created. Class, for example, is some that UNESCO FGIP is also doing, and I already mentioned Diksha. There are e-labs that they've created, and they're using emerging tech. So AR, VR, talking books is becoming something that they're developing and mainstreaming. Using augmented reality, where you can scan a textbook image and get a sort of video playing, is happening as well. And of course, TV continues to be a large medium of instruction. But there is an urgent need for mindset shift, system transformation to lead to behavioral change. The pieces are there. We are just 2 years into this reform right now, so it will take time. Collaborations to share and scale best practices. I think states, we have individual best practices that really sort of need to grow together, and all of us have a lot of stuff we need to do. I know that nobody in the room can say that I've practiced. So I think we all have learnings from each other that we can do. We need to identify local language solutions. For SLDs, we don't even know how they manifest in some of the Indian languages. The language complexities. We need tech solutions to accelerate inclusion. It could be learning based, it could be EMS based, it could be classroom management. So I'm just going to end here. This is Hindi. It says, "ये सफर बहुत कठिन है मगर ना उदास हो मेरे हम सफर। साथ चलना है हमको दूर तक एक राह है। चल सकते हैं हम एक साथ में." Which really translates into saying this journey is a difficult journey, but don't be dismayed during the journey. We all have to walk on it together, and we can walk very far if we do it together. So that is my hope, that we can all work together. And after these workshops, it doesn't end, but these conversations of best practices. Because in this, there is no global south, no global, none of that. We are on this. We're all equal in this because none of us have an answer yet. Thank you.
Nupurji, thank you for setting the tone and the context of India, inclusive education in India, and we really appreciate your passion for the fields. And it's a great way to start the conference. I want to give you a little thank you. All right, we have time for a very quick raffle. Mrs. Sagata.
Does anyone need to put their raffle ticket in before we draw our first prize?
All right. Okay, so we're gonna be doing a bunch of raffles for prizes over the next couple days. And one of the things that I learned about DISES at the conference last summer is that a big part of the current DISES conference is the big reveal for the location of the next conference. So as we move out over the next couple days, our prizes will start to drop some clues for that. Just a little foreshadowing. But our first prize is not necessarily tied to the location of the next conference, but it is a great tool. Oops. And it is a copy of the book Explicit Instruction by Anita Archer and Charles Hughes. Great book if you don't have it. And that will go with a DISES luggage tag. So our first winner. Oh, sure. Okay. Is that and coffee? Yes? Thank you, Elizabeth. Congratulations, Anne. And we will now dismiss for the first breakout session. We wish you the best as you continue your DISES Roundtable journey. And just one moment.
So we will be coming back for a World Cafe Tea after this breakout session. And our prompt, where we would like you to, at your tables, discuss during tea with hopefully new people who you've met, is how did the presentations and keynote you attended relate to the inclusive programming practices and family advocacy where you live and work? So we look forward to seeing you for the World Cafe Tea in here at 11:30.
Anybody else wants to join us? Go ahead.
You want to be? I'll take the. ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು
Take a picture here.
ಬೇರೆ ರೂಮ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದೇನು ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನಾಯ್ತು. ಇದು ಯಾವ ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀವು ಈ ರೂಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಈಗ? ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ರೂಮ್ ರುದ್ರಪ್ಪ ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ರೂಮ್ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ 3 ರೂಮ್ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ 3 ರೂಮ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಈಗ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು
ಈ ತರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
ನೀವಷ್ಟೇ ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಈ ತರ ಲೈವ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಈಗ ನಾನು ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. 4 ಜನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ಈ ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೆರಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಓಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾನು ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇದು ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡೆ ನಾವು ವಾಪಸ್ಸು ನೂಪುರ್ಗೆ. ಇದು ಅವ್ರದ್ದಲ್ವಾ?
Well, I know, I said we are leaving. No, we were done. Once. I thought you said when it goes out, we should light it again. It's fine for your session.
कुछ भी वो सिर्फ you should start with a good looking oil. Next is a Clara, Catherine, and I, and then Abigail. Okay. You should select where we need to go. Yeah. So if you want to go to this. But we'll miss out on the other. I will. Yeah, isn't it?
ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ವಿನೀತ್ ಹೋದ್ರ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಯಾವ್ದೋ 2 ರೂಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Oh, is she ready? It'll take just a minute. I don't know. It'll take just a minute. Copy. I'll be right there with the flash drive. I'm sorry. I didn't save it to a flash drive. Institute is in Mysore.
Online TV.
Hello. Let's see. I have on a flash drive. I'll show you. Is there a way we can toggle, go between the presentation and another document? Pardon? Yes. I can show you where it is. Okay. Sure. Go into Sarah. Yeah, there we go. And we're going to DISES presentation.
ನನ್ನ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ
ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ನಾನು
ಅವ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು
Okay. So the presentation's right there. Perfect. And then I wanted to show these two. Is that possible? I can prompt you. Yeah, that's possible. We can just go, yeah, I can show you.
Are we ready?
Yeah, everything's in here, the presentation. I'm just figuring out how to prompt between this and some of that. I have 4 other documents just to show you the activities. These are yeah, perfect. That's our presentation. But I can prompt you if that's okay.
You are able to pull up, right? Yeah. Okay, good.
And then if we minimize,
Don't make me burn.
yep, perfect.
Just have a conversation. That's what DISES is
Minimize real
about.
quick. Oh yes. If I minimize real quick, I want to show you really fast.
Chillo. Let's go.
Sensitive.
My favorite word. Right?
Is she ready?
Just want to make sure. Okay.
Technology,
There.
But we'll kick off the session, so we'll let anybody else who is
Right here.
presenting in here know any difficulties. You'll learn them with us, which is wonderful.
Perfect. I'm going to open
Yes.
each of these. Is that okay?
So for those of you who are joining us for our session, we welcome you and thank you for being here. And I'm Dr. Clara Hout and a professor at Marymount University. You've already heard all of that. And my esteemed colleagues are
Dr. Nicole DeCluet, Associate Dean and Professor of Special Education at Georgia College and State University.
Hello, my name is Catherine Martin. I am a technical assistance coordinator at George Mason University in Virginia. And my job is to work with school divisions in the northern part of Virginia, increase capacity to work with students with disabilities. And specifically, my areas are in high leverage practices, which are research-based practices. We'll tell you a little bit about those, and in mathematics. Sure. As we get started, we want to talk a little bit about the project and how this got started and what it is. And I'm going to give the mic to Clara to give you some background.
So as a community with DISES, and again, you all are all part of this family as well,
we have strived in recent years to build a more global presence. So our DISES committee last year met with CEC because they have these new global initiatives. And we said, well, if you're gonna have global initiatives, you kind of need to involve the global group, right? So in speaking with leadership in DC, we said, hey, come to our conference in Breckenridge, see what we're all about, and they did. And with that conference and at CEC, the mindset started going, hey, you know what, we really need better and more outreach, and let's start with our US territories. Not a word I like to say, territories, but that's what they're called. So Guam, Puerto Rico, and the US Virgin Islands. And the reasoning behind that is because major cultural differences in all of our states in the United States, but our extended territories still are running on their own educational systems with support. So what they were looking for, asking for, was better teacher preparation in supporting children with disabilities in classrooms. And they asked us to present, to create and present. I'm sorry, I stand in front of everything. They asked us to collaborate with them, and that collaboration turned into a really good conversation. A lot of questions back and forth, questions that the community, and we started with Guam, hadn't even thought about. So we were able to really get a needs assessment analysis with them. What do you need? What are you looking for? How can we collaborate? As you know, DISES, our mantra, our motto is with each other, together. It's not us or you coming in and telling someone what to do. It's a we. And so getting insight into their needs was fascinating. And in listening, we were able to create and work with Dr. Martin in particular with her specialties, working with the program organization she does in supporting teachers in a variety of areas. So Nicole and Catherine and I, Mary Keeley, Mary, Alice Farling, all got together and started creating some very short modules for their teachers. Again, teachers, their big thing is they have no time, and they have no time. And yet, we expect them to work their goals. So, with short, computer-based modules of information that they can go back and review. And our goal at DISES is to hopefully create these on a global scale for many, many different schools, universities, organizations, governments around the world. And we need each of you to be part of that. So this is just the beginning of supports that we're hopeful to build on our own website that would be free to teachers globally. So that's the history. And then I'll tell you a little bit about what happened. They'll share with you about the development.
How many of you all are familiar with high leverage practices? Wow, I knew we would have quite a familiar audience here. For those of you who are not, high leverage practices are inclusive practices that have been identified by researchers at a technical assistance center funded by the United States government at the University of Florida called the CEDAR Center and the Council for Exceptional Children. And the 22 high leverage practices are organized into 4 different domains, starting with collaboration, assessment, social emotional behavior, instruction, and what is my last one?
Assessment.
Oh, hello. And yes, I said, assessment. So all of those are teacher practices that we use in both general and special education classrooms. So these are practices for both general and special education teachers. We identified really I don't know quite how these specifically were identified. Talk a little bit.
It was based on the needs assessment.
Yeah, as of having conversations with leaders in Guam, these were the areas that they identified that they needed more support in.
So we started working with Council for Exceptional Children and really looking at specific high leverage practices. And I'm going to show you in a minute what some of the activities look like, but I'll describe it first. So how many of you all would say that one of the most important things that teachers all need to know is behavior management? Yeah, across contents. So that's where we start, is high leverage practice number 7, which is establish a consistent, organized, and respectful environment. And I gotta say, when I was sitting here listening to our previous presenter, I was trying to think, how, with all these dialects and all these different cultural norms in India, would this apply to you? So I'll try and do my best, but I encourage you to take a look at some of our resources and adapt it to your specific needs, because you know that better than I do. High leverage practice number 7 starts with those foundational behavior management. So what kinds of class incentive programs do we have? Or what we call positive behavior intervention supports. It starts with building relationships with students. What are ways that we can do this? But it's even more than that, isn't it? It's about creating a structured learning environment. That means organizing our classrooms, where we have materials in certain areas, where we have places for collaboration, and places for independent work. Well, how does a novice teacher know how to do that? I can tell you, that would have been my area of growth. It also is establishing routines. So what are our classroom routines? What are our expectations for students when they walk in the door? What do they do? How do we teach those class routines? Or do they automatically know it? Yeah, right, not gonna happen. We need to explicitly teach that. So what this session 1 does is it breaks down the high leverage practice into component parts, starting with relationships, resources to do that, and then moving on to establishing class expectations, ways to do that, and then showing quick videos. What we've been told is that teachers prefer to see quick videos of modeling it. So we can say it. What does it look like? Someone had mentioned, what does inclusion look like? So what does it look like? So we found some quick videos. Many were created by Dr. Michael Kennedy with the Council for Exceptional Children, but some went out beyond, demonstrating the behaviors. And then we pause, we have our participants pause the video. We have pre-created resources for them to actually implement what we're talking about. So I'm going to pull up something really quick. Give me 1 second, and we can walk you through what this actually looks like.
Pardon me? Yeah, I'm going to pull up HLP 7.
So while Catherine's pulling up the resources so that you can see what was provided, I'll talk a little bit about session 2, which was collaboration. So high leverage practice 1 is collaborating with professionals to increase student success. High leverage practice 2 is organizing and facilitating effective meetings with professionals and families. And we know that, meetings so often get interrupted for IEP meetings, for meetings with parents, whatever. So really talking about protecting that time that you're meeting with others, whether it's families or professionals, and really being present in those meetings, following an agenda, setting the agenda ahead of time, sharing that ahead of time so that you're all on track and stay all on the same page with that. And then the high leverage practice 3 is collaborating with families to support student learning and secure needed resources. We visited a school yesterday morning and loved what the director said. She said, the families and the students are on this lifelong journey together, right? And nothing happens with the students that doesn't also include the parents. And I thought that was really powerful.
So CEC recorded us in a presentation, and that's how we presented this information. And we have a resources sheet that accompanies all these professional learning sessions. And in the resources sheets, we prompt teachers to look at those sections. The resources sheets are teacher-friendly, meaning they're checklists, they're templates, they're classroom ready. And these give you, and we would, throughout our presentation, we, again, present the information. For example, I'm going to give you an example. How do you set up a class routine so that your students actually follow it? What are your expectations? So let's say for even standing in line and going to recess, for example. So say your class is a little unruly. What do? What are our expectations in class? So we go through how to teach it, have a video literally demonstrating how to explicitly teach with examples, non-examples, and then how to reinforce those positive behaviors and expectations that we have. So for high leverage practice number 7, there's a variety of activities. So you see here now, there's like a self-assessment at the beginning of each session, where each teacher assesses their current, how they're doing on that high leverage practice. Like, are you doing this? Are you doing this? And it's basically a Likert scale that's from 1 to 5. We're provided by the CDAR Center. Activity 2 is really we've gone through and discussed positive relationships, provide resources, and then teachers go through and discuss on a Padlet that's shareable and viewable by all. So teachers can learn. It's kind of like a discussion board, I guess you could say. And teachers can see what other teachers are doing too. So we give them some resources, they select, and then share. Same with the positive behavior intervention support. Some schools might have it, some might not. We discuss and provide a variety of resources on class incentives. Like I used to get a ticket program and kids would write on the back their names. You wouldn't believe what an 18-year-old would do for a Skittle. So, I mean, those kinds of things worked for me. What else works? So we have some research-based PBIS that teachers can locate, and then on a Padlet, select and share out. Or for more experienced teachers, because they're trying to differentiate for abilities, they can really almost serve as somewhat mentors. Okay, like I could say, my ticket program, that is magic for behavior management. This is what I do, and this is how I do it, and it's quick and it's easy to implement and costs $5 to get tickets at the beginning of the year. Now this is really, CDAR Center has created resources that are available internationally. So what they've done is they've identified on a sheet of paper typical classroom routines that happens in any classroom. And then we have a template. So we'll have a list of really compiled, what are these routines, and talk about the importance of teaching, explicitly teaching routines. And then we have the video that's like 3 minutes long, demonstrating how to do it. And then the teachers are going through and task analyzing all of their routines in order to explicitly teach it and positively reinforce expectations that are met. So this is how everything was designed. Is there a way to scroll down? Just to show. So these 4 sessions that we talked about, each of them highlight information like this. So you can see session resources at the bottom. For example, contact list. This is like a Clara. Clara, I stole that from Clara. A family communication checklist. That's something that our technical assistants. I'm also a parent of a disability, so I've done a lot of research in that area. And we have a family communication checklist. So just for teachers, starting positive relationships with family. If you don't mind scrolling down just a little bit more. Organizing classrooms, there's lots of wonderful articles there. And then an accommodation spreadsheet. So for those co-teaching teams, it's a way to communicate student accommodations, whether it's in an elementary classroom or across classrooms at the secondary level. And these are all the resources. Again, we go through and we'll say, refer to this resource. So these are all recorded, refer to this resource.
I was gonna add too, if you go down, or go back up, I guess, there was a resource for families, family communication checklist. So even though technically like communication and collaboration happened in another session, we have resources here for families and so it's integrated, yes.
For sure, and this checklist really is specific to setting up routines. Like in the United States, and I don't know, India might have it too. We have a learning management system. So it's like how do you communicate with families through your learning management system? If you're a co-teaching team, who is responsible for that? You know what? Let's go to do you mind if I'm going to pull up one more if you guys want to. I'll pull up collaboration.
They want to see the resource. I think they want to see this.
Oh, would you like me to go into any of these resources, you mean? Yes? Any resource in particular?
Is there one in particular?
Yeah, I would like the top one where you were talking about the first slide show. How you do your classroom management, you would have any kind of a demo video, and any personal to have more clarity and understand
video.
Yes.
Sure. The classroom management.
If you can just give us a background about what is this, where it is used, and how do we use it? Like for example, see this thing. Is this for children? You told me like the routine for days. The expectations are set, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is it for children with special needs in an inclusive setup, or for their peers also? So if you can just give a background where all of these tools are used, I think I'll be able to understand.
Sure. Okay. Perfect. So the question was, in what context
Yes.
would you use these tools? And the way that we're using these resources, and we can go into these too, is in any classroom. Whether the classroom is only general education, and we have training in Virginia, and the largest number of teachers that are participating in our training in Virginia, we have self-paced, are general education teachers. They're also used in inclusive classrooms, co-taught classrooms, and they're also used in self-contained classrooms. A classroom, thank you, with only students that have disabilities in them. I'm glad you're here.
Because the terminology is what we use that is very different. So it's relate to it and understand becomes a little difficult.
Oh,
so
yes.
maybe the Indian, because very good information, how do we apply it in our Indian scenario, we need to understand. So this term self-contained means it is for exclusive children with special needs?
It's used for everyone. So even a teacher who is teaching a first grade class that doesn't have yet one student identified as a student with a disability can use these resources. This is what we call in our country, and I don't know if you have this, a tier 1 intervention for everyone. So this is universal. Correct. The good thing is that for students with disabilities who especially need the explicit instruction in knowing how to behave and what to do, this shows them what, this is a strategy to do that. So what I would recommend for you all, you know your context best, to look through some of these. Absolutely. Oh, are they going to be available on our website? Do you know?
Do you guys know?
You definitely can get them from the CEDAR Center website. These links can take you to them. What is difficult, I'll be honest, is that this compiles a lot of information in one place. I don't know where some of those videos are. That's it.
Well, would it be possible for us to share the sheet?
Oh, yeah. If anybody has a contact name, I'll share everything with you.
And then they can go directly to
Oh,
the links.
Yeah, I mean,
I might not be able to access the videos because CEC has the videos, but I think we can share these resource sheets and you'll be able to link right to the documents.
oh, yeah. This is my full-time job at Mason. So I collect this information and try and take the research and bridge it into practice. But this is tier 1. So everything except for assessment, really, collaboration. Okay. All of those, yeah, explicit instruction, all of those resources which we can get to you.
So I'm gonna pass a little paper around, we're gonna pass around if you'd like access to this information. Again, CEC and DISES, we did this in collaboration, CEC has it on their site for Guam because we made it specific to their needs. We are more than happy to share the information that we have and have found. Moving forward, but we're running out of time, of course, and would be happy to speak to you about these in the future. One of the other things I would ask as we pass this around is if you are interested in being part of the training, if there's a particular topic and specialty that you have, we're looking to make our website much more accessible to teachers and global sharing. And this will take us some time. We're an all volunteer organization, right, at DISES? But if we could start building more and more of these models together, I think that's where our role is on the world stage with this organization and the fabulous people in this organization who join us at conferences, because you all have such a wealth of knowledge on so many different topics. We wanted to give you a flavor of what the needs were in Guam. The next territory that we're working with is going to be Puerto Rico, and they have asked that all of our videos and everything is in both English and Spanish. So we'll be doing that. And then moving forward to the US Virgin Islands. But the goal, the long-term goal as an organization, which you all are here and have joined and are part of, is that we build our own site, our own informational piece for teachers globally. So that teachers are sharing and we're really looking at not having it cost anything, right? We don't want people to have to, we want people to be able to access that. So that's a goal of ours. I do, quickly, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
I love the high level practice. I have a paper in review right now where we looked at the special ed syllabus in India, and we looked at how represented the HLPs were, and it was really interesting because SEDs are just not present at all, which is one of the first reasons why novice teachers move out of this thing is, classroom management. But I was curious about your videos because in our experience, the videos that we access from Teaching Channel, we use, the ISP body, we use those resources, but the context is so different.
Right.
So one of the things that I was curious about is that we'd love to talk more about creating something in our context where teachers are actually seeing these videos and seeing how classroom, because you've got a ratio of 1:40. So then what does classroom, co-teaching doesn't exist, right? It may exist in the younger years, but when you talk about collaboration, you've got one special educator, one counselor for 100. So consultation, collaboration is still there, but it look a little different. So I was curious if that's something that you're interested in, and we can definitely reach out to you and talk about.
I think we're definitely interested because, again, you've got the cultural context. You can look at the big picture. This is what it looks like, for the people who designed it, which have been very US-based or UK-based. But what we need to look at really is what's happening in the classrooms in the countries that are in need of this information. Rebecca? Absolutely.
Yeah, because and the context is, I think the buy-in is so important, right? Because the minute when we show any video that's not based in India, the immediate reaction is, but we don't have that.
We don't have that. We don't do that.
Yes.
So-
we don't do that. And then you can't move forward from there.
I also want you to know, so I'm part of CEDAR, and I'm part of the Culturally and Linguistically Relevant Education Affinity Group. And one of the multiple projects around this are one is that we're working on right now is revamping the high leverage practices to be more culturally, we're responsive, relevant, sustaining. Because we recognize that when they were first written and hashed out, we as a nation were in a very different place than we are now.
And so that is one of the things that we're doing is re-examining that. We've created some surveys that will be going out where teachers can actually take this quick survey and say, where do I fall in this area? Just an interesting thing, because that was actually a survey that I worked on already. We actually got rid of social and emotional behavioral as a separate category because it has to be embedded in all of the assets, instruction, and collaboration. So that's just like one of the ways that we're reimagining this work, and then it's continuing to go. Another project that's happening is a series of podcasts that are being put together by people all around the nation that are part of CEDAR around these same topics about how we can contextualize them as well. So lots of exciting stuff coming out.
It's coming.
Yes, it's coming. We're working. Thank you so much. We have another presentation, and we appreciate your time, and we'll have lots of conversations over the next couple days. Thank you so much, Catherine and Nicole. Let's keep the conversation going. Oh, Deborah's up.
Hi everybody, my name is Abigail Azizkhan and I'm a student at Millersville University.
My name is Deborah Tamaklo and I'm an associate professor of special education at Millersville University.
All right, we're gonna get started. Can you go to the next slide? All right, so our topic is supporting young adults with intellectual disabilities across cultures in inclusive programs.
So before we go to our introduction, I just want to find out from you all if anyone is familiar with comprehensive transition programs for children with intellectual disabilities. Can you talk a little bit about how you do it here?
My context is
Can you tell us?
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry.
Sure. At UW-Madison, Wisconsin, the Department of Instruction has an excellent program of transition, which begins in middle school, which is 8th grade. So students who have an IEP with the diagnosis of intellectual disabilities, they have a conversation with parents, and there are a lot of resources that the state provides. And there's a trajectory of options, vocational options that students can do once they transition. And their IEP is also relevant till they're 21 years old. So they continue to receive services after they have graduated from high school till 21.
Thank you so much. Any others?
No, if you want to know about.
Share.
So in an Indian context, we don't have, even IEPs are not mandated by law. We do IEPs, but that's, each organization designs it as per their need. There's nothing that is.
No, not what she said. Even on the question she said, there is a screening that is across all India level, and there are educators, and now there are schools selected from each state who will help the other schools in how to screen. So first the screening, like I said, there is a checklist. The teachers do it in the classroom, and yes, there's a checklist. Even transition is a problem.
All right.
We do it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to have a feel of. Thank you.
We don't work much on transition actually. The training is not there. Training is not there. Training is there. They often don't have the idea how to go about it. Sorry.
No, it's fine. This is good. So I will be calling it CTP program as we go. So the CTP program just provides access to students with intellectual disabilities to gain academic, technical, or career skills in institutes of higher learning. So Abigail is a coach in the program, so she will be leading this discussion.
All right. So I was a coach a few years ago when I first started at Millersville, but then I leaned out of it due to going into student teaching soon. But I do have experience with it, so that's where I'm basing off my information. So currently, there are only 310 non-degree programs on university and college campuses where they have students with intellectual disabilities come in and have a real college life and academic life. Let's move on to the next slide. So our program at Millersville University is called Integrated Studies, and it was formed based off of 2012, the Dream Partnership by Parents and Professionals in Central Pennsylvania. Obviously, it's located in Millersville, PA. It's a 2 to 4 year program, and the students are between ages 18 and 25. Now, the students are heavily involved on campus. They have academics, they go to classes, they go to different events on campus, they go to football games, they get jobs on campus. Now, there are many benefits that our students have at Millersville being in this program. Specifically, they get to be integrated into the classroom. They get every experience that a typical student would get. They do have accommodations though. They can go to office hours and talk to their professors about what they need. Again, they're with their typical peers, which is very important in college. They have access to dorm living, so they do their own laundry. They go to the food places on campus. They love doing extracurricular activities, again, football games. They go to field days, all those events on campus. And then, again, they have employment opportunities where a lot of them do take that offer up. They love working. So the literature says when we were doing our research that these types of programs are still limited at colleges and universities. And that is what we're here to discuss, to get those programs more onto college campuses. Okay, so this is where my perspective comes in. So integrated studies, it brings students with intellectual disabilities in, and then me as a university student, I was their coach or their mentor. So this was a very interesting experience. It was very challenging, but very rewarding. First, learning the routine. I remember I started working like 40 plus hours in a week just because the student and I tried to create a balance of how much they really need me versus how much I could lean more their independence. A lot of my students also had a hard time distinguishing between me being their coach but then thinking I'm also their friend, which was hard for me to be like, well, technically I'm only your coach, but then again, we did have that friendship relationship, so it was hard to balance that, just like teacher and student. And then balancing being a college student, I wouldn't go to football games with my friends, I would go with the student I was with, which was hard, but it was also rewarding to see my students having that typical college experience, so it was pretty iffy. And then I worked with a lot of students. One had very high functioning intellectual disability and one had very low, so I had to kind of really help someone do their laundry, and then I was just attending football games and having them go like talk to a friend, like stuff like that. Yes.
So we also as professors face challenges with this program in that not everyone on campus, not every professor supports this program. So it is so difficult for placements. Sometimes before the semester begins, you place these students in classes and professors are not willing for them to audit their classes or take them, and their excuses are that they disturb other students, they don't want other students to learn, and that does not make their classes progress. So we are definitely looking for ideas, what you do, what you think will motivate other professors to be willing to accept these students in their classrooms.
One other challenge that I had was responding quickly to the needs that my students had. I would get texts at like 2 o'clock in the morning asking me questions, which I was happy that they were asking me questions, but then again, it's the work and life balance that we were both trying to figure out. So really getting their independence was a challenge for me because I wanted to be there for them whenever they needed me, but we figured it out. All right, so recommendations for, again, like she said, we're looking for suggestions, but what we've come up with is like adequate training. I had to go through so much training when I first became a coach, but I don't think that was the same for faculty members. They only just hear about it through other students. Culturally relevant training for all students and resources for participants are a must, especially when it's such a new program coming onto campuses. Really gaining more information for people is important.
And we are talking about culturally relevant training because our students are very diverse. They come from countries like China, India, Africa, and other places. So sometimes what is appropriate for them is not appropriate for other students, and that is a challenge. And one other thing is that as professors, we don't have the skill set to meet all their needs. So sometimes these students come in and we don't know what to do with them.
And these are our references.
Questions?
So we just started a program, inclusive post-secondary program in January, so we had our first semester. So to answer your question, I think one of the things we're gonna try to do going into the fall is have the 4 professors that we used in the spring that had good experiences and are willing to have students again, have them talk to the faculty members who are a little bit hesitant, I guess, that's one thing. The other thing is that we are not a residential, we are a residential campus for students without disability, for students who are matriculated. For our inclusive post-secondary students, they don't have the residential option yet. That's one area of pushback that we've received. So I was just wondering what support your students receive when they stay in the dorms or other housing on campus.
In my experience, the coaches were the main support. We always encourage them to go to their RAs, but then again, the RAs had so much pushback. Like I have heard stories of the RAs not being supportive.
I want to say what RAs stand for.
Residential assistants. So that residential assistants are those that are making sure colleges. Yeah.
Hostel wardens. We use the term hostel wardens.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me without the mic.
Yeah.
I have a very loud voice. So
Very good.
We are starting the CTP program at San Jose State coming this fall, and very excited about it. But also, when I hear about how your faculty were not trained, what is the one thing that we can do proactively to get the faculty on board? Because we are thinking of waiting till we get the students in to find out what courses they are interested in. So we don't have a set that these are the courses that we have to take. We're going to let them choose the courses. And so then we have to then train the faculty after the courses have been chosen, right? Selected. So what is the one thing that you would advise to get the faculty on board? Is there, how did you work around, it is unfortunate that there is a lot of deficit thinking, there is a lot of bias, there is a lot of pushback against students with intellectual disabilities in their classrooms, right? What is your best suggestion?
So we have a Department of Special Education. We have a dual special education program. So all the faculty members in education are very willing to take these students. So at least they have an understanding of what this is. But our university is different because we are unionized. So that is a different conversation altogether. And faculty members could say that we are not taking students because it's not in our CBA contract.
Yeah, that is a big problem.
Yeah, it is.
That's a big problem. And we are actually trying to get the students into art and, other classes. So.
Yeah, I was just gonna add one of the things that we did, and we were, you've got limited time before they start to fall. So we were kind of under that pressure in January, and so we just selected classes for them. We talked to the faculty members, and I think that one of the most helpful things we did was we created a one-page profile for the students, what their strengths were, what their needs were, what their interests were, shared that with faculty, and then we continually reminded them that they're not alone, that they have us, they have peer mentors, they have an academic coordinator, and they have us directors to call on with any questions or any concerns that they have. And things did come up, and we were able to resolve that. And then as far as choosing the classes, we're going to go through the person-centered planning process this summer, and then use that information to choose the fall classes. We didn't have that before the spring semester, but that's an essential part of these programs. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So I am an accounting professor, and the uniqueness about that is that I wasn't trained either. And I work at several institutions. My presentation tomorrow is about what I learned to accommodate. But my recommendation is, depending on the student's needs, we normally get an accommodation letter saying at least 2 weeks before the course starts, you're going to have this student in your class. They're going to either need a hearing device or they're going to need an interpreter if they have some other type of need. We also have departments, every institution that I work on, they have departments for admitting those students. It is our responsibility as the faculty to find out what is our way personally of adapting to that in a class setting so they are inclusive. So what I suggest is that for any instructors that want to get accommodation letters, you have a meeting with the department that handles students so that they know where they go on campus to get those resources, whether it's what interpreter would visit, what do you do if you need Braille in the classroom. That's the best way. At the end of the day, we need to make sure that we're preparing these students to enter the job market so that they can feel like they are part of an organization. Even though we may have a right at your institution to deny the student, if we are true educators, then we should be preparing them for life lessons. And that is what I suggest. You map it with, hey, they're going to leave here after matriculating and they need to enter the world to be independent. We need to teach them how to organize themselves or adapt to the real world.
Can I just say something? Sure. These students in the CTP, and correct me if I'm wrong, they do not go through the Disability Resource Center, the DRC, because they are they're executive, and so no professor will get an accommodation letter. Right?
So I think some of the programs do, ours does not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ours does. And then we have mandated training. So it's not just faculty that has mandated training, it's teaching assistants as well. So we go department by department, and we have our discipline center. So everybody goes through, they get a visa, we get letters, and there's training depending on students who are present for that semester.
even with intellectual disability, who do not get a degree from the university, but get a certificate or something. Yeah. That's wonderful.
They started this year, the mandated training, yeah. Which is great.
I had a question. So, we don't have inclusive program. In our school isn't going into inclusive college programs. I can't comment on that. But we're starting a customized employment program where we help young adults get placed in competitive innovation. So one of the things that has helped us in working with companies is having a handbook. I thought that maybe, and we also created a one-page profile, which has been very helpful. But I was really interested in the coaching, because we have job coaches, and they're not necessarily special educated. Actually, they're just interested in people, young people. They're just interested in working with young adults. So I would love to learn more about the coaching that you receive and how we could work in that.
Yeah. So I mean, I started the job through one of my courses. So my professor was the head of it, and they didn't have a lot of coaches at the time. So that's when I stepped in. I'm okay, I'll try it, and a lot of my classmates did too. But they're really struggling to get staff still. There's a lot of students that don't have a coach. But yeah, that's how I started. I really liked it a lot. It was just a lot of hours, and I couldn't.
You receive any specific coaching on what to do, how to do?
Yes.
I would like to hear.
Yeah.
I'll connect with you after.
Of course, yeah. So there was a lot of situations that I was not prepared for. I'll go into that with you later. But I did get training on what do you do if there's an emergency with the student? What if the student texts you this, or that kind of stuff? And it was a lot of us on Zoom too, because it was during COVID. So I don't have all the training that someone who would be in person has. So yeah.
This comprehensive transition program, do you have some format for it, or how do you go about it actually? It seems to be a little interesting because I'd like to know more about it.
So we have grants, big grants from the governments to run it, and the students, because they do not get degrees from the university, they only audit the classes. So some of them come with their coaches to classes, and they only have to audit the classes. Yeah, so.
She's like an assistant teacher?
Absolutely, she's a student.
I'm just sitting,
a peer mentor.
I was just sitting, I'd go to class, I went to class with them. I was just sitting. So what I would do is the student has a speech class. I literally go to the class, I sit there, and I just sometimes I took notes. I listened and make sure I knew what assignments were, and then after class we discussed what went on.
You discuss it with the students, so their parent was nowhere to be played here?
No.
No, not really.
And I was told not to talk to the parents.
So, and we started, so a couple of our students, actually one of our students needed support in the classroom because he was anxious, and so he was reverting back to questions like, what does the letter H sound like? We know he knows that, he knows how to read and everything. So we started a strategy where if he had a question, he would write it down and just pass it to the peer mentor that attended with him. That lasted probably 2 weeks, and then the peer mentors, we favored the peer mentors. So the rest of the semester, they both went to classes on their own. Yeah.
So, this comprehensive transition, how do you go about it? This comprehensive transition?
Yes, that is what it is called. The whole program, that is what it is called. So they live in the dorms, they go to classes like everyone else, and the aim is for them to be inclusive with students. They are typically developing peers.
So this is for all children in the students in the age group, right from the very young age till they go?
No, college level students. Yeah. college level.
I would just add that most of the programs are small. Like we have 2 students right now, we're gonna have 3 in the fall. So ours is very small. I don't know how many you have, but so some of them can be competitive and also expensive. So it's not open to, that's a downfall of these programs.
So exclusive for students with intellectual disabilities?
Yes. So they pay tuition, or most programs in Georgia, they pay tuition plus a program fee. The program fee goes to pay the program academic coordinator, peer mentors, because the university doesn't support us at all. And that's the case for, I think, most of the programs in Georgia. They don't get support, financial support from the universities. It's very complex.
Very complex.
Yeah.
Yeah, and very different. We don't understand the scenario like
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have a question? Oh, okay. Anyone else have a question? Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is that computer yours or
Is that
someone
okay?
else's?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Can I email you this slide deck for the next section?
Did you have any pen drive?
I don't, I know it's an online slide deck. Can I email it to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, what's your email?
It's MEV dot
BHAV
ANI
at
gmail.com.
gmail.com. And then if you would put it up on the screen, the slide 2 is just fine.
Yeah, there's 2 other family members. One is going to I realized this
So, and then.
I didn't just it.
Huh? Did you get it?
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, maybe just hit again. Maybe it's just something.
just want to say thank you for everything. You're welcome. So many cosmetics. Yeah, and you're in Singapore, right?
Should come from Rebecca.
I thought I heard what Singapore was and how much she lived. She lived there. Okay, for a while. Oh, she's
I think so, yes. I'll check. I closed my computer.
Is that where you're from? No, I'm from India. Oh, you're from India. Okay. And did you go to UGA?
No, I went to the University of Iowa. That's where Joel was my dissertation.
Because he's at UGA now, that's why I was asking.
Johns Hopkins.
at gmail.com. We felt like I found my people. Like these are the people that understand the intersection of disability and culture, who are interested in that. And I've attended almost all of the international events since. And there was one I did that was in Jerusalem. I didn't attend that one. So next June. And if you're around tomorrow afternoon for the closing function, that's where you go. Yeah.
Did you get it now?
Yeah, but we've been to Bulgaria, South Africa, Jamaica, Portugal, Jerusalem. I think they did one in Ireland. This was before Ireland.
want to say they went to high school too.
Somebody was my wallet from the purse. They're sitting right here during the session.
No way.
Yes. And my stuff is all sitting there too.
Yeah, make sure you stay up on our website too. You just Google DISES CC, it will pop up, and it'll show like that. Sounds good. It was good to meet you. Yeah.
So the only thing is that can you not just show it through a slideshow here? You just put there, yeah. And then that way you're not downloading anything. And then,
It's so exciting to hear that you guys, are doing the CTP and, is it, I mean, I have a feeling we're.
there it is, perfect.
underestimating
And
the
then
amount
the
of
next
work
slide.
that's now when I heard you say 40 hours and, mentorship and, we haven't even recruited our candidates yet, we're starting in fall. And, we're doing the same as you, just to, starting off. Yeah, it's good to start small, I think. The only pushback we received was residential. And we're limited, we're a small town, so really it's only, we have a small pool of people we can pull from that can drive in. So that's one of my goals, is to make it residential and expand it, because right now it's 2 days per week. That's an idea for you. Is maybe not doing 5 days a week. You know, you can get their courses on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday. So they're coming Tuesday, Thursday. It's challenging because they also have to do the internship. They have to be involved with that in the organization. Yeah. And so it's tight to get them into those 2 days. I think we are, I don't know about fall, but we are, we need to either do 2.5 days or 3 minimum. But when it's residential, it's residential, we'll do it for 5 days. Yeah.
Hello. So we have the prompt for the World Cafe. If you're not familiar with World Cafes, it is an opportunity for people to kind of dialogue and think about how the different topics apply to your context, and so that we can all learn from each other. So please go grab some tea from outside, sit down at a table, and then you will, yes? Oh, yes, just one second. So first, you'll see a plain piece of paper on your table, and if you can maybe dialogue with each other, talk to each other about just the prompt, which is how did the keynotes and presentations you attended relate to the inclusive programming practices and family advocacy where you live and work. And if you could write the response that your table talks about on the piece of paper that's on your table. And then also, we seem to be missing a wallet, and it is a black Michael Kors wallet. So if you see it anywhere, if you could please turn it in at the registration table or to Nicole or one of us who is working on the conference. Thank you.
So I was just going to say, one of the challenges we have, we run our program through continuing education. So they're not matriculated students. They're not in our banner system. Okay, so they're not paying traditional tuition. Okay, so our provost still wants the university to get something, so we're paying the instructors $150 per class.
Faculty?
The faculty, because otherwise they get nothing, because they're not getting tuition dollars, basically. So through continuing ed, the problem with this is I would feel bad, I think, using Disability Resource Center.
They said they want nothing to do with it.
Oh, see, ours is not. He said, any way I can help, I'll be helpful. But I don't want to ask them because they're not paying into the university in that way. So, but I don't think that's sustainable. So I think now, well, I should tell you too, in Georgia, we just got, it's a scholarship that if students graduate with a 3.4, I think it is, from Georgia high schools, they'll get scholarships to go to college. Okay. So that was just signed by the governor maybe a month ago, that now our students are going to be able to access those funds. Perfect. Yeah. So I think we're going to have to go back through figuring out a way to create the banner system for them. They will pay, they'll be charged tuition.
the scholarship will cover that. They probably will also still have to pay the program fee that will help pay for the peer
I think
mentors.
for us, the DOR is like the Department of Rehabilitation is picking up the tab.
Oh, okay.
So they're all
good, yeah.
22 and over, and that's the only thing that the DOR
Yeah.
wanted, that the schools, they have to be completely out of the school system.
Okay.
Because there should be no connection. They
Right,
should
right,
be
right.
22.
Yes, yeah.
So
what we have,
so
yeah.
the school, and then the DOR will cover their tuition.
Is that vocational rehab? Or is it different from vocab?
Probably the same. I mean, and we have the regional center in our area. In California, we have a system of regional centers that picks up the tab, and then the DOR that supports vocational. So maybe that is the vocation.
And Fresno has a program, don't they?
Yes, they have a good
I'm
program.
from Northern California.
Oh, you are?
I am. I grew up, you know where Chico is?
Yeah.
I'm up there. Gridley is the name of the town.
So
And I met my
you-
husband in Chico.
So do you teach at Chico?
No, my family lives there. It's where I was raised.
You know what? I got my first job at Chico.
You did?
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
but I didn't take it because I
yeah.
got San Jose State,
Oh,
and then
that's great.
but Chico is such a beautiful
Yeah,
place.
I
I
like
went there
Chico.
and I just fell in love with it.
Yeah, we were there for Christmas. My nephew lives there with his 4 kids.
The campus with the creeks running through it, with the
Bidwell
bridges
Park,
and.
yeah. I'd love to. I'm in Georgia, but I never imagined I'd be in Georgia more than a year or two, and this is my 14th year. So I've been trying to get back west, either California or Arizona, which is where my older daughters live. So yeah, it's trying. Georgia's it's tough, and you've been following what's happening in Florida with the diversity and now Georgia's.
And what else needs to
They
happen?
told us 2 months ago, the Professional Standards Commission, which gives the licensed teachers, that they were told they had to get rid of all of their troublesome words, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Even
Those are the troublesome
inclusion, yeah.
words.
So it's
I
not in
think
teacher standards now at all. I just can't, I can't make sense of it. I don't understand the logic. And so I'm like, I've got to get out of here.
Fortunately, in California, we're okay.
Yeah, right. I'm like, I want to go home. Where
Our
people,
only problem is that we don't get to go to Georgia, and we don't get to go to Florida. We're using state money because, so if there are conferences there, we're not allowed to travel.
Okay, because of the politics?
Because of the
Yeah,
politics,
yeah.
and then 22 states are banned for travel in California. Oh, so we can go to Florida for a conference. We can go to Georgia. We can go to any of those states that are LGBTQ not friendly or whatever.
So the states are banning you from coming?
No,
Or
the
your
California
university
will not
okay,
pay for
saying
it.
we're not going to put money into
We will not pay
California?
state money, so we have to kind of.
Sorry,
Wow.
Well, let's
I have a
exchange
super- I have a quick
information
question
so
for
that
us.
we can stay in touch. And I'm happy to share whatever we have.
I know, it's a new thing, and I was so excited about it when
Do
we
you know
started.
about the Think College website? I was going to
Yes.
mention that. Okay, that's
So,
a
and
great
there are some
resource.
training videos, I didn't mention.
Yeah.
There are some training videos by UC Davis.
Oh, good.
So for
Okay.
peer mentors.
Oh, okay, good.
So
I
they
didn't know
have-
about that either.
yeah. So
Do they have a program?
they have
Davis
programs.
does? Okay.
Davis does. Or let me check, okay?
Okay,
I may be
yeah,
getting this wrong. But Fullerton or Davis, UC
Okay.
Davis, I think. And they sent me, you have to ask them. And
Okay.
they will include you into the thing.
Okay.
It's a Canvas course, but
Oh,
it has
okay.
all these videos for training.
And Fresno's the only CSU system,
Which is
school
really,
that has a
Fresno is really
program?
good.
Okay.
No, there are many CSUs.
Is that Wayfinders or is that the name of their program? Wayfinders?
Wayfinders is
Yeah,
one of
okay.
them.
What's the name of your program?
We're calling it Spartans
Okay.
because we are the San Jose Spartans. San Jose State. So not very original, but
Yeah, we're calling ours Thrive, but really I wish it would have been more like inclusive services or something like that. Not a catchy.
Yeah. But we said,
Yeah.
we're so excited about the program, let's see where it goes.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, well, good. I'm excited for you. Yeah, the summer's coming quickly to an end. I'm starting to, after this is done, I'm like, we've got to get ready for fall first. But it's the best days on campus when you're there. It's my most favorite day, Tuesdays and Thursdays when you're there.
I think they shared, they said that most of the students took courses in education department. But that is not what we want. We want them to take courses in.
Then that's, we've been intentional, this is a university program, we may be in the College of
Yeah,
Education,
but
the
we don't want them to-
directors,
right.
but it's a university program, so they took mass communication.
Maybe even physical fitness courses or something like that.
We have one who's just uptight,
Public
just
speaking
nervous
is a
about.
great,
Yeah.
mass communication, public
Yeah,
speaking.
yeah.
Just push them to that, I think.
And the person-centered planning process should reveal
Yes.
a lot of avenues.
Yeah, we're doing those with.
Yeah.
That's okay, I just have a quick question. No, it's okay. When do you want to do the next round? I want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
notes ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು.
So I have something for both of you tomorrow, so I wanted to make sure you're gonna be here tomorrow, so, yeah, and you'll be here. You'll be
I
here
think so,
tomorrow.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
This, I see all of you safe back home.
Thank you, yeah. I thought the morning session was great, the
Morning
keynote was
session.
good, yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Because she has worked, like I always tell her, see, people like me need to somehow.
Yeah, I
get me
love
from
that,
head.
yeah. And it
Working in the
requires
government,
both,
yeah.
yeah.
Yes, we
Yeah,
need a marriage
yeah,
of heart.
yeah.
Otherwise, what the bureaucracy, they tell me is, it's, but when they give suggestions, it is more emotional.
एक्सक्यूज मी क्या हुआ था वो कह रही गैस का कोई पर्स वगैरह मिसिंग हो गया था
हाँ,
मिल गया
नहीं अभी नहीं।
किस साइड था
बोल रही थी उधर रखते थे।
उस साइड
हाँ, यहाँ ये मैडम वो बेटे थे।
यहाँ तो और कौन उठाएगा मैंने मैसेज भाई कैमरा चेक कर रहे हैं
हाँ, उधर रखा बोल रहे थे।
Yes, it is. Are you presenting it?
First
Huh?
Wait.
Devani will help you get set up.
पता नहीं
Devani, here's our next presenter. Will you help her interview the presentation? Thank
वो कह रहे हैं उसी वाले करीब मिल गया
पता नहीं वो जुगनू मैडम है उधर पूछी
I don't think so.
I mean, you come to Cuba, but I was in Brazil. It was in Argentina and it was in Jamaica. Okay, you know you are okay. I mean, okay, oh, your presentation.
Writing up at this point, make sure that it looked at the time. And we were curious, because our university, this is really important.
You want me to try? If not, you can share on TV.
We were curious to whether this was actual vaccine. And so, and how. And so we first of all just asked pre-service teachers and university supervisors and medical teachers.
Yeah, it's
to give them all this experience. Yeah. Here is what institute is now. Tell a story about how you're doing it. And it was really interesting because the first like scale, like how much
It made to this.
ended up that the pre-service teachers were like, no, totally doing it. And then mentor teachers were like, yeah, I'm trying. The university were like, yeah, this is, and then when we asked them to tell a story, the pre-service teachers gave no evidence, exactly, they just came out and asked, yes, we're doing it this way, restating the same sentence. And then, mentor teachers were, they gave specific earnings and like, I'm not supposed to do this because I'm like, and then the university supervisors were like, yeah, I learned about this in training and I tried to guide them and they were really specific and great answers. And so it's very interesting, like, just even how, you know, the pre-service teachers aren't, they don't mention it because they actually think that they're great. That's right. And so they don't recognize, the hope that they're getting because they think they already do it. And that's like a split point of what I was trying to talk about.
इधर कैमरा है क्या?
Yes, ma'am. This side. This one. Double side, है ना?
हाँ मैडम बोल रहे थे उस टेबल पे उधर चेक पे रखा.
My second presentation after lunch, can I send it to you too?
Yes.
So I just sent you this one and the first one.
Hey, hi.
I'm Melissa.
Yeah, Melissa, we worked together. Monica Brown.
Yeah, I remember. I had it's good to put a face.
Well, we were on Zoom.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, but in person. Yeah,
Yeah.
good to meet you in person.
I think I go first. I think. Or does it matter? I don't know. I think I go first in the session.
Yeah.
I can't believe they put me on the same day, back to back. It's like, what? So do you need this?
Yeah, now it's your presentation.
Mine is
After that?
she's gonna
I'm
present
first.
and then I'll go second.
Okay, then.
I mean, I don't really care what the order is, but it's the order in the book. So.
So this, it's in the city.
I think it's number 2. Yes.
I think we didn't get everyone to answer the questions.
So we have 20 minutes and then 10 minutes questions. Ooh, I'll be speaking fast.
कर सकते हो बाहर को बैग दे सकते हैं
कोई नहीं
खत्म हो रहा चार्ज
कौन से ब्लैक
हाँ सब हमारा टीम का बैग
मेरे पास ये डालने लगे अभी खड़े खड़े ये आपका ही है ना इसको यहाँ पर
ये लगा
अभी हम कहीं दो खड़े खड़े
हाँ हाँ
ये ना साउंड में कोई प्रॉब्लम आता है क्या करना है
बस ये चार्ज ये उठा दीजिए
ब्लैक
हाँ
उठाओ
नहीं कनेक्शन
फिर वन टाइम
इधर रख दीजिए कनेक्शन वो बाद में चाहिए
ये लीजिए
इधर ही नहीं और लैपटॉप को कनेक्ट कर दीजिए अगर उस तरफ
बाद में फोन करोगे लीजिएगा थोड़ा इवेंट चल रहा है नहीं कंपनी बंद कर रखी है बाद में स्टार्ट करेंगे थोड़ा फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम ठीक है Okay, I couldn't.
One of those smaller rooms over there where I just had this big room. We are in this big room. It's much more intimate than the room. No, it's chilly here. This is why I went and got a jacket to the room, and I was freezing this morning during the presentation. I cannot. It's a little warm right here, but I think it's because you're away from the vents.
No.
But still.
No, I just.
What's the?
I do have to thank you for spending some time with I. She was sending me the pictures. Yeah. She had a blast. Everything's so new and getting exciting for college. Little photos.
College experience. Just your presentation. Then another one. Yes, he's much justice.
एसी बहुत है एसी कम कर सकते देखता मैं एक्चुअली मेरे को तो इसका पता नहीं
It is. I've been through a lot too. It's been on my bucket list. You know, it's not one of those trips that you just make on the weekend. So you have to really plan for it. So this was perfect in terms of coming and being in the summer. Yeah. What about you? I wish I was spending more time, but I just need to get home.
See this. I actually define it and see.
Oh.
Wow.
वो ना मैं भी आ रही हूँ हाउसकीपिंग वाले वो करेंगे
Right.
ये नहीं है इसका ये प्रोजेक्ट
No, I haven't seen
बट हमारा गाने हाउसकीपिंग वाला देखते हैं
I thought I was able to travel.
1 o'clock.
Lot to move around. You know, it's like going to Africa. You know, you can't just like jump in the car and move to another country and fly or fly. They have trains. Take them.
The theater actually has an infinity.
Yes, all the time.
And I'll be speaking for them.
I mean, I don't think yesterday. I which is why I came.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸೆವೆನ್ ಹೆವೆನ್ ಸೆವೆನ್ ಹೆವೆನ್
Seven heaven.
ಸೆವೆನ್ ಹೆವೆನ್ ಹೆವೆನ್
ನಾಳೆ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡಿನ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡ್ದ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೊರಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ವಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋದು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸಂಬಳ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಅಂತ ಬನ್ನಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕಳಿತೀನಿ ನಾಳೆ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಎರಡು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಫೋನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ನಾಡದ್ದು ಇದು ಈಗ ಶುರು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
in week 12 to 1.
12 to 1, ma'am. 12 to 1. In 5 minutes, it's
Swapping.
ಔಷಧಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಇದೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ತಗೋಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಸೈಡಿಂದ ತೆಗ್ದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹತ್ತಿರದ ಶ್ರೀನಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ ನೀಟಾಗಿತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿದ್ ನೀಟಾಗಿತ್ತು ಟೂ ವೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಈಗ ಅರ್ಥವೇ ಆ ಕಡೆ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮೇನ್ ಹಾಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರು ಒಳಗಡೆ
क्या बोल रहे हो ठीक ठीक चलो ठीक है बोल दो मैं कहता हूँ फीमेल फेमस हो गई उसको बात बोलता हूँ उसको
ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪಾಪ ಕರೆನ್ಸಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ
Good afternoon. Hi. My name is Dr. Monica Brown. I am a professor of special education at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I've been there now for about 9 years, but I've been in higher ed for about 22 years. Woo, that's a lot. So I wanted to present today a study that I did pre-COVID. Pre-COVID. Sort of pre-COVID, I would say during COVID. And the reason that I wanted to conduct this study was because obviously I'm a Black woman, I'm a Black person in academia, I was a Black student. And so I really wanted to take a look at sort of anti-Blackness to find out from the in-service teacher perspective how they recognize it in the schools, or if they're even recognizing it in the schools, how it's manifested, how it impacts the children within the schools. And so because it was
during COVID. It was that first summer of COVID, and so everything was online. So I thought that I would conduct the study in our multicultural special ed courses, which we have within our department. And so I did a Qualtrics survey, just one question that I asked the students, and they could, in terms of sampling, they could self-select into the study, so there was just that volunteer sampling. So I asked those 4 instructors who were teaching the classes, and I'll tell you a little bit about them in a minute, asked them to hand out the recruitment flyer to the students or to post it to their web campus, since it was, they were doing this virtually. So they all said that they would do this, and they did. And so I had initially 22 students who self-selected in. There was only one question, so 4 of the students, I guess, elected not to answer that one question, but the other 18 students did. So there were 18 participants within the study who all answered the question. And I'll show you the questionnaire in a little bit. First, I'll start off by telling you a little bit about anti-Blackness. And you can see the title of my presentation, How Anti-Blackness, Anti-Black Bias Impacts Black Students, Over Identification, Over Labeling, Over Disciplining. And so that's basically what we see. And I will say too, that part of my research really is at the intersection of being Black and whatever else those identity markers are, because I'm in special education, then it typically involves disability. So if we start looking at that Black child who also has a disability, or someone who is multi-marginalized, I will say, in the United States, then that's sort of where my work lies at this point in my career. So just a little bit about the introduction, and I talked about this a little bit. So there were 18 students who self-selected into the study, who then answered the one question that I had. And from those 18 questions, there were what I term meaning units. So when they answered the question, it's quantitative. So when they answered the question, some of the folks had a really long answer to the question, and some had a very short, and that was fine, because what I did then was take those statements or those meaning units and then sort of deconstruct them, and I'll talk about that too. Next slide, so a little bit about anti-Blackness, and if you read any of Dumas' work, or anyone who's doing any work on anti-Blackness right now, talks about it's an oppression that really devalues Black life within whatever structure or whatever institution that you're in. So again, if we think about that in the context of a Black child who is in our U.S. school system and the ways that they are marginalized within those school systems, that really is what it looks like. But it's through daily practices, daily policies, daily interactions. And again, if we think about special education and our disproportionality within special education, or if we think about our discipline that goes on in the schools, kids being, so we talk about the preschool to prison pipeline now, and typically you see our kids from those minoritized backgrounds, and specifically Black children who are caught up sort of in that system. So again, those practices, those policies, those interactions that they have daily within the school system. And I'll talk about more about that. Next slide, please. So if we think about sort of 2 things in terms of inequity and marginalization of Black children within the schools, or how it manifests itself, and I talked about this just a little bit, and then I have a little bit about inequity there in terms of the practices and things like that. But the marginalization part is sort of where I want you to focus, because we talk about the Black child's self-image. How do they see themselves as they move through those spaces? You know, what do they think about themselves as they are represented within the schools, as they are treated within the schools? so on and so forth. Classroom engagement is another way in which Black children are marginalized within the classroom spaces. And again, I'm talking about children with and without disabilities. The academic development, academic and developmental deficits that occur because these kids typically don't get oftentimes the services that they need, or the services that they get are not what other kids would be getting, other kids in their peer groups. And then we talk about the criminality aspect of it. And again, that gets to the over-policing of Black children in the schools. And there's plenty of studies that talk about teachers and their gaze on Black children, particularly Black boys, but also Black girls, and how the expectation is that they are doing something wrong or going to do something wrong. So there's always this fixed gaze on them as they move through those classroom spaces, which causes then teachers to refer to discipline in the classroom a little bit more harshly and those types of things for infractions that are the same or lesser than their peers, typically their white peers. So those are some of the ways that it's manifested. Next slide. So when does it begin? It begins early. It begins as soon as that child steps foot in the classroom, whether we're talking about a preschool classroom or if they start at the elementary level, it is happening there. Unfortunately, we have too many kids at the preschool level who are being suspended, who are being expelled. And so now you're talking about 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. So what can that child possibly be doing that causes them to be expelled from a preschool environment? You know, so we have to ask ourselves those questions. And again, it's typically those kids who come from those more minoritized backgrounds, and more specifically Black children. And then I just give you a little bit about those 5 categories of criminalization, where we talk about hyper-policing, body control, interrogation, labeling, and then that disparate punishment. And as someone who taught for 13 years and taught special education, I can tell you firsthand that these things do happen. And oftentimes they're not very subtle. You know, so if you think about a kid moving through the halls, let's say when class is in and they're going to the restroom, and being stopped by a resource officer in the school and being interrogated. That's what that word means. Where are you going? Where are you coming from? Why are you out here? You know, those types of questions, because there's always a suspicion that they've done something that they should not have done, when in fact they could just be going to the restroom or to get some water. So those are those 5 categories, which then also can lead to these kids being expelled and punished more harshly than other kids. So the research here, it was a quantitative content analysis, and I will just say I am a neophyte when it comes to qualitative methodology. I don't typically engage in qualitative work, but I really have, I think over the last 5, maybe 10 years or so, come to understand the importance of qualitative work and really wanting to hear the stories of, instead of just putting a number to something. So I really wanted to find out from those teachers, those in-service teachers, the answer to the question. So these teachers, again, they were taking a required multicultural special education course that we have in our department, so they're captive audience, they have to take a course. 98 students were enrolled across 4 sessions that we offered that summer. I did not teach one of those courses, but I do teach that course. I would say as little as possible at this point, but I do teach that course. So there were 2 African-American teachers, 1 white teacher, and 1 Asian teacher, 2 female and 2 male. 2 of the instructors were recent doctoral graduates from our department. 1 was the incoming department chair, and 1 was a PTI, a part-time instructor. So they sort of crossed over many different sort of what they did within our department. So they had different roles and different sort of power, I would say. But They all agreed to do it within their class, and they did upload the recruitment flyer. So 13 of the 18 who answered the question were special educators. So they were in-service special educators across all levels. The majority of them were elementary school teachers, though. So you can see here 72% were special ed teachers, but there were also gen ed teachers who were part of the remaining 5 folks who answered the question. And there was one person who was an administrator within the district who was also taking the course. And then you can see the sort of racial demographic there, 61% white, 39% from minoritized backgrounds. That includes Black, that included, there was one Asian person, and then the rest were Latinx. So it basically mirrors what our department is. We're about 65% white in terms of our master's students within the department. So that was very close to what we had in actually across the country. That's probably very similar, especially in a predominantly white institution, which UNLV is, even though we have other minoritized designations at the university. So, and then here's some I give you. The school district, we are the 5th largest school district in the United States. Las Vegas, Clark County School District, we have about 330,000 students within the district, so it's large. It's very diverse. It is majority minoritized in terms of the students. So if you look at our Black, Latinx, Asian, populations, they outnumber the white students. So that gives you an idea. However, the teacher demographic mirrors what it does across the country. We're still about 80% white in terms of our teachers. So you can see sort of that cultural mismatch that's occurring between those students and the teachers, because typically those students are not going to have a teacher who looks like them as they move through the district, even though it's a very urban school district. But that's very common, I would have to say. Again, all courses taught online, and yes, it was volunteer sampling. Next slide, please. So I used theoretical frameworks to sort of guide me as I went through looking at the responses from the participants. I use critical race theory, I just give you only because Black critical race theory was really the predominant theory within sort of where I situated this as I went to analyze and sort of write up the data. And I give you here to see Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw in terms of the critical race theory. And if I can just for a second talk about sort of the globalization of that, even though critical race theory sort of encompasses all of the races and ethnicities, sort of across the gamut, it really does not speak to the individual sort of racial or ethnic experiences, which is why we have now Black crit, Asian crit, undocumented crit, we have all of them now. Because you really do want to situate what you're doing in a specific area, and critical race theory does not allow us to do that. But critical race theorists really started looking at sort of the globalization of sort of race and what does that look like as we move to other spaces that maybe are not as heterogeneous, I would say, as the United States. But what we have to realize, and this sort of brings in the India piece, is that race is important no matter where we are. But even if we're not talking about race, we can talk about gender, we can talk about disability, we can talk about all those different sort of areas where we could bring in race in terms of how it intersects with those different markers. So Black critical race theory, again, helped me situate what I'm doing in this study, how I theorize Blackness, specifically how anti-Blackness exists in the U.S. schools, how it manifests, how it impacts the children, how teachers can do some things to maybe stop some of that behavior, and CRT alone would not allow me to do that. So I had to sort of use that little Black critical rights theory. Next slide, please. So when we talk about, or the literature talks about, sort of how anti-Blackness manifests itself, and they specifically talk about racial anxiety, racial trauma, and stereotype threat. Now, the racial trauma one is the one that I'll sort of focus on a little bit here, because if you read the American Psychological Association, they talk about racial trauma as akin to PTSD. Because what happens to that Black child in the classroom or in the school is that there are these repeated sort of microaggressions, these insults, these assaults that happen to this child each day, whether they're physical assaults, whether they're emotional assaults, whether they're academic assaults. So all of these things occur to this child. So it's like a PTSD because it's constantly recurring every day, sort of when they go to school and when they're in those spaces. So it has become, I would say, something that we in the United States have really, we who do that work, have taken note of and said, okay, maybe we need to delve into this a little bit more. What can we do, maybe beyond just culturally responsive pedagogies? What can we do in order to make those spaces safer for Black children? And then I get that third bullet there under racial trauma, just to sort of highlight how important this topic has become. There was a special issue in 2019 of the American Psychologist. I would just say, if you're interested in this topic, it's a wonderful sort of resource to go and read that, and it talks about that trauma and that healing that has to occur within those spaces for Black children. And even I would say those teachers who maybe unintentionally are engaging in some of this anti-Blackness. Okay. Next slide, please. So here was the question. Like I said, one question, but it could be considered a very loaded question in the US, and especially now. Now, this was 2020. Move forward to 2023, and I may not have had 18 respondents if I were doing this study now, but I did have the 18 then. And so in what way is anti-Black bias manifested in U.S. schools? So that was the question posed to those in-service, special education, general education, and all of the teachers. Okay, next question. So, in the essence of time, I used a word program, which was kind of fascinating. So I didn't get any of that fancy sort of qualitative program software in order to look at the data. So I actually used a word sort of program to go through all of my questions, listed them all out, and then made meaning units of each of the statements from the respondents. So let's say a respondent had 5 sentences within their answer. Then I took each one of those sentences and they became a meaning unit. Then I looked for sort of themes across those meaning units, and then, and I'm really shortening this up, and then created categories or saw what categories emerged from those. And I also had a GA who we did this together, so some type of reliability there. So the categories that emerged were normalizing whiteness. So these in-service teachers talked about if Black children don't act white, which that was always something that sort of puzzled me when I was a child, because I heard that back when I was a child, and we're talking a long time ago. So what does that mean? What does that mean to have those sort of qualities or behaviors of whiteness? What does that look like? You know, but teachers were saying this in their responses. And as you can see, 40% of the respondents had that, or 40% of those meeting units talked about that they need to act white or have a proximity to whiteness. So if you have those qualities, then perhaps as a Black child, you're not going to be over-policed. You're not going to be over-labeled. You're not going to be over-disciplined. Because in the teacher's eye, you act more like a white person. So that makes it acceptable. Okay. Denial of opportunity was the second sort of largest category, and they talked about specifically within certain types of schools, because the teachers reported the type of school they were at, what were the demographics, those types of things, and saying that, well, perhaps there are no gifted classes at this particular school because the school is 80% children from minoritized Black backgrounds, or the children were all on free and reduced lunch, so economics came into it. So those were the types of ways that they saw that children were being sort of marginalized further, or how anti-Blackness potentially was being sort of manifested within those spaces. And a lot of them specifically talked about over-identification. So when they're in those schools and the teacher says, oh, he's really a behavior problem, we need to refer him to special education. Or, oh, he comes from a low-income household, plus maybe comes from a lower income background, so now you have multiple identity markers on that child who may also have a disability. So now there's the underachievement factor, or this expectation, perhaps from teachers, that this child is going to not achieve as those other children are. So they mentioned those things. They also mentioned teacher labeling, whether it was sort of formal labeling or informal labeling. You know, sort of the informal is, I think she's got a disability. I think she's got EBD. He's got EBD, emotional behavior disorder. Okay. So formal or informal. And then the over-disciplining. And again, as I mentioned at the beginning, that seems to be a recurring theme across our schools in the U.S. is that we're seeing a lot of these kids who are being expelled and suspended from school, even at the preschool level. And typically, you can read the data, it's all out there, it's those kids from minoritized backgrounds. And specifically, Black and Latinx kids tend to be the ones who are most often expelled and suspended from those schools. So obviously, if you're not in school, you're not getting instruction, you're not learning. So it ends up being this snowball effect that if I can't stay in school in those spaces and learn, then does that lead to me being suspended, earning less, ending up in the system, the juvenile system, because I'm now out and not in school, being sort of in some structure. Next slide. So my conclusions were that teachers saw this behavior, this anti-Blackness being manifested in terms of the acting white. I think that something that I will do next is to have people really define for me what that means, like in their head, when you say acting white or talking white. What does that mean? And when you say it, what is the potential impact that you're having on a child when you say that to him or her? Because children actually say it to children too. Why do you talk white? They say it to each other. So what does that mean, and how does that then cause someone to treat you when they say that or expect that of a child? And then they also mentioned that they want school personnel to be aware of how they label and what that means, and how they label. So do I look at a little Black boy and say, he's got a behavior problem, he must need to be in special ed and EBD? And then do I look at a little, say, Latinx girl and say, oh, maybe not. Okay, so what does that all mean? But then I think they also, some of the responses really got at really wanting teachers to consider their own biases. Like, how do you think about what you do on a daily basis and how you talk to kids and how you think about kids? I think that was the biggest takeaway from the responses that I got from the in-service teachers. Yeah. Questions? Or do I have time for questions? 3 minutes? I have 3 minutes? I have 3 minutes. Not everybody at once. Yes. Oh.
Thank you for the excellent sharing. I feel most of the issues what you have raised are also global concern. It is taking place in different colors and shapes in different communities. So when we look at the policies when it comes to child rights or human rights, it's on paper. So what we see is huge gaps between policies and actual practices. So why exactly this happens, according to you? Is it because of lack of commitment, or it is all policies are more lip sympathy, not coming from heart? I mean, if you do a little bit of soul searching, where do you really see the root of the problem?
If I'm just speaking for the United States, I would say that the root of the problem is that we have not done a good job of getting at the root of the problem. And we have a tendency in the US to not want to talk about race. I think that people who go into the teaching profession, and I would say those specifically who go into special education, because I would say that those of us who are in special education think that we are probably a little bit different, even in teachers, because we choose to work with a specific group of kids and families. But if you ask teachers a question of why did you go into the profession, they say, well, I just love all kids. You know, I say, really, do you? Do you know all kids? First of all, that's not realistic to say that I love all kids, because some people don't even like their own kids sometimes. And that's, and I think that that's natural. Sometimes you don't like, doesn't mean you don't love them, but you may not like them in a particular instance. But does that make you treat them differently than maybe your other child? So I think part of it is we have not had the difficult conversations within our schools. I think that we recruit and train teachers who don't do the reflection that they should do constantly, that they are not honest about the biases that they come into classrooms with. And I would even say that it's not just around race, I would say that it's around some disability categories. Because I have heard horrible things come out of teachers' mouths about those kids with EDDs. So I think I think you just have to be honest about what it is, and then be willing to do something about it. So, yeah, because we do have a lot of policies on paper too. And, the person has to be committed to making that change. Yes. Oh. And I'm running into Melissa's time, so I'm going to do that.
So I just wanted to reiterate, you're talking about EDD and the children who are so often over-labeled and whatnot. I worked in EDD classrooms for many, many years. The majority of my students were of color. Many of the students were not coming in for academic reasons. They were coming in for simply having had at some point some kind of tantrum, whatever. Rather than trying to find out what was happening at home, rather than trying to find out what the root of the problem was, they took these children and placed them in emotional behavioral disorders classes, where they did not, I cannot say that they did not benefit, that would be false, but it's not where they belong, it's not where they would most benefit from to get their academic needs. So I just wanted to, reiterate that what you're saying happened, and it's been happening for many, many years, and it continues. It continues today.
Absolutely. And to what she was saying, we have all these policies, we have all the evidence-based practices, but it has to happen, and it has to be a true commitment to do it. And I just don't know that we have a sustained, true commitment to do it. Yes,
And Dr. Brown, you mentioned that teachers aren't forthright about their biases, and because we don't talk about this in America, but I would go even further and say we're not even aware of their biases sometimes.
Sometimes, yes. I think that we have become so, we know the socially acceptable things to say, especially in polite company. So when you get into a classroom, and I will say like this multicultural class, and if I were to ask this question face to face in class with students, it would be crickets. They would not respond because they're concerned about, what is my peer gonna think about me if I answer this question, honestly. So then we never again get to really starting to talk about these issues. And it just continues to, for years, decades and decades, continues to happen. And we can see all the data. There's no getting around it. It's there. So, thank you.
All the way up.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Alyssa Cuba. I'm an assistant professor of special education at the University of Maine, and I'm here to present a study. It's a mixed methods explanatory mixed methods study that took 2 years to complete. But before I get started with the study, I feel like it's important that I talk a little bit about myself and my positionality. So I am Peruvian American. I was born in Peru, and my family immigrated to the United States in the early 80s. We landed in Virginia, of all places. And in my educational trajectory, I experienced many difficulties in our K-12 system as a young multilingual learner. And I prefer to use the term multilingual learner because I think we need to decenter English or decolonize language associated with language acquisition and really center the ethnic, cultural diversity, linguistic diversity that exists in our students' identities, their knowledge, the skills that they bring. So in my case, Spanish is the language of colonization in Peru, but my family also speaks Quechua, which is the indigenous language spoken. And that's one of many languages, indigenous languages in Peru. And so I have an indigenous background, and I think that's really important to acknowledge as we think about our students and their needs. And so my experiences as a student really informed and shaped my work as a teacher. I started as what we typically call an ESL or ESOL teacher, and then I added special education to my training to work specifically with dually identified students. Next, please. Okay, so in This presentation, I'll briefly cover the background, then jump into the theoretical framework that I used for this study, as well as the research questions and methods, some of the major findings, and there were many, and then I'll briefly cover some implications. Next, please. All right, so Virginia is a very unique context, and what we know is that we're seeing great increases in terms of new immigrant populations across the US, but particularly in what we call new destination locales. And one of those, or one region in particular that we tend to overlook, is the South. And Virginia is part of the South and has been experiencing exponential growth of these students, our multilingual learners. Specifically, thinking about multilingual learners, by the way, we often use the term English language learner, English learner. These are students who need language acquisition services to access academic content and speak home languages other than English. And so what we see here is data from the Virginia Department of Education, starting in 2004, all the way to 2022. In 2004, there were roughly 6% or so multilingual learners of the total student population across the state in K-12 schools. In 2010, it was roughly 9%, then we're seeing an increase to about 12%, and right now we're roughly at 14% in Virginia. And so that's about 3 times as many students as there were, so that growth in about 18 years or so. And what data trends show is we're going to continue to see growth. As we know right now nationally, and this is really old data, they say roughly 10% of students are multilingual learners. I think it's closer to 15, honestly. And then they project by 2025, 1 out of 4 students will be a multilingual learner. And this means not just students who immigrated to the US, but also US-born multilingual learners. And that's typically the largest topology or group within this really large and diverse student population. Next slide, please. All right, so problem space for our students, really thinking about these students in particular. And as we think about it, IDEA is the most important federal legislation that impacts our students with disabilities. And they developed what was called state performance plan indicators to mitigate racial disproportionality in 20 or in different categories or areas. The area I'll be focusing specifically on is identification of students. So our representation of students within special education. And so the issue with that is that federal legislation allows states to determine what constitutes racial disproportionality. We know that proportional representation should be 1-to-1 ratios, but states can oftentimes determine or decide that that ratio can be 1-to-3, for example, which means that it's okay that there are 3 times or 2 times more students of color in special education, for example, than all students or white students. And so this becomes very difficult or problematic, because then what does it mean? Like, why are we using these very loosely defined measures? And we also eliminated multilingual learner provisions with NCLB back in 2001, which means that federal legislation suggests and really encourages our states to use bilingual assessments and procedures. But states can oftentimes decide with ESSA, right, Every Student Succeeds Act, to do away with or ignore those recommendations from researchers, including our federal agencies, and they can say, we have decided to not provide bilingual assessments for these students, which we know they oftentimes need. And, this is very nuanced. Virginia is one state, and so it looks different across the country. And that's something we need to really think about, and even by locale, as we think about localized control and education and what that looks like. And so In 2015, both the Department of Justice and our Office of Civil Rights disseminated a Dear Colleague letter. In that letter, they explicitly stated, this is about a 40-page document, what practitioners need to do to mitigate disproportionality of multilingual learners in special education. Well, what we often find is that what federal agencies are saying or advising our school professionals to do, those things are not being followed. For example, I'll give you one example. An ESL or language acquisition specialist should be involved in every step of the process when working with a multilingual learner. This is often not the case. This means that at every stage, when we talk about tier 2 of multi-tiered systems of support, when they're struggling in school, even prior to that, and thinking about eligibility as we move through assessment and thinking about the needs of these students and what that would look like in terms of their language proficiency, who we're comparing them to, and then even after they're found to be eligible, to determine what makes the most sense. And so there's this incongruence between federal and state laws. Next, please. So the theoretical framework I applied for this study is a multi-level model of intersectionality that builds on Dr. Crenshaw's work, developed by DISES, and then furthered by Nunez. And this framework gets at not just social categories and thinking about how social categories impact opportunities and outcomes for socially marginalized students, but also looks at different dimensions in terms of power dynamics. When you look at this model, you see 4 quadrants, and those are what we call spheres of influence, those power dynamics. And what this framework does, it really gleans insight into, for example, our organizational sphere, which would be policies and how power structures are developed within different systems, representational, what types of language and images are we using when we refer to these students. For example, we often hear at risk, high needs. What does that mean, right? Intersubjective, getting at those relationships, and then the experiential, which would be our meaning-making processes, all overlaid by a third layer, historicity, as we think about both temporal and spatial contexts. Because, for example, the experience of a student in Virginia would be very different than a student, for example, in Arizona. Next, please. All right, so my research questions for this study: to what extent are multilingual learners disproportionately represented in special education by grade level? I lumped K-5 into elementary level and 6-12 for secondary. And then also, when social categories are added to the risk analysis, I focused on race, ethnicity, gender, and socioeconomic status. My second question, so that was my quantitative question, my first one. My next question is qualitative. It is, how are educational stakeholders' perceptions of multilingual learners and their families mediated by school and community contexts? And my third question, also qualitative, how and in what ways do education stakeholder eligibility practices and policies influence the disproportionality of multilingual learners in special education? Next, please. All right, so as I just mentioned, the methodology is an explanatory mixed method sequential design. So the quant goes before the qual, and then triangulation happens at the end. And the reason I did this is because we know from federal documents and reports that Virginia has been cited for racial disproportionality. The document can reference our 2016 report on racial disproportionality. And so, because we know of its existence, I wanted to find out why it's happening. And so, for the quantitative strand, I did a risk analysis of multilingual learner disproportionate representation by these different groupings. Then I used my analysis of the 134 school districts in Virginia to select one that had, or I could observe, an overrepresentation of these students in special education, to then conduct interviews for my qualitative strand with stakeholders at 3 different levels. The first level were teachers. And again, going back to what I observed or saw in my risk analysis results, there was greater overrepresentation at the secondary level, which really reflects what we know in the literature. And so I selected one high school in this one district. I interviewed 2 special education teachers and 1 ESOL teacher. I then also interviewed 2 district staff, which would be our special education coordinator and our ESOL coordinator, and then 2 state leaders, because I wanted to see how policy was getting down to the ground level and how they were receiving and how that information was being communicated and implemented. And so our state leaders, I was able to speak with 1 in special education who develops technical assistance and really leads a lot of this work, and a Title III specialist. Next, please. All right, so in the interest of time, I'll be covering this briefly, but major quantitative findings. All right, so really moving beyond this like one-dimensional focus on one category, oftentimes race, right? And adding and layering language, gender, socioeconomic status, and so how intersectionality really exposed these identification disparities. Next, please. All right, so these are the risk ratios that were from the results of the quantitative piece, the first part. I just wanted to get a sense of overall in Virginia, what's happening? Well, we tend to use this threshold, and scholars in disproportionality advise us to, kind of stay outside of the 0.8 to 1.2 risk ratio threshold, because, you need a little wiggle room, or maybe like air, you could say, or just, a little bit of expansiveness. So what we ideally want to see is a 1-to-1. That's proportional. But let's say 1.2 and higher would be overrepresentation, and 0.8 lower would be underrepresentation. And so what we see here is that multilingual learners were roughly proportional overall, right? If we just look at them overall and compare them to non-multilingual learners, there are no issues. It falls within the threshold that I just mentioned. Well, when you start to disaggregate and get into nuance, the secondary level, you start to see a little bit of overrepresentation with that 1.27. Then when you get further into looking at race, ethnicity, you see that our Asian students are 2.53. So there, really, it should be 1. You would subtract a 1 from that. So it would be 153% greater, right? Or as likely, right? As our non-multilingual learners who are Asian. And then when you look at our Latinx students, also over that 1.2 threshold, so roughly 25% over when compared to our non-multilingual learners. And that really, reflects what we know from the literature, but also looking at our not economically disadvantaged students, who are multilingual learners, we see 1.3, which is about 10% overrepresented. So that actually contradicts what we know from research and the literature. Next slide, please. And so I start to get into more nuances, creating more groupings, because I really want to get at this complexity of social categories. And so what we see here is that our Asian female students, right, looking at the top, so here I'm adding race, ethnicity, then also gender, so that context, nuance of subgrouping, where 2.3 is the risk ratio. Now, if you subtract the 1, that would be a 1.3, which would be 130% greater than our non-multilingual learners who are Asian females. Going down, now just covering a few students in the interest of time, thinking about different groupings, you see here also our Asian males, 2.69 when compared to our Asian males who are not multilingual learners. Now, I compared, my reference group was non-multilingual learners of that specific grouping because I wanted to isolate language. Otherwise, then we wouldn't know what would be causing that difference. Going further down, as I added socioeconomic status to the analysis, you can see our Asian low SES females, right? You see that risk ratio of 2.49. That would be 149% greater than our Asian low SES females who are not multilingual learners. So you see, I'm getting at just really isolating that and being able to compare these groupings in some way that then we can have a greater conversation about context, nuance, and really the complexity of being able to measure disproportionality. Because maybe the way we're doing it isn't the best. And we need to figure out how to get at this for students who have multidimensional identities, like our multilingual learners. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so here I'm just going to cover a few qualitative findings. There are many, and I'll touch on 2 themes in particular. Next, please. All right, so my first theme, really getting at these paradoxes and inequities of really responding to multilingual learners and their families in this context, in this community. And I forgot to state that this specific community and school district in Virginia is a city, but it's in a rural context, which makes it a little different. And the multilingual learner population in this community context, roughly 40% of the student total. So it's a quite large multilingual learner population in the state. So what I found out is that, it's quite hard, right? And thinking about spatial context, inequities, systems, and here you can see from the top, the first quote, the ESOL coordinator of the district saying the community really isn't 100% sure that they're willing to have things such as, or for example, interpretation services, bilingual programs in their backyard that they would be willing to maybe have in your backyard, right? So this tension, right? What you have, may not want to have in their space, where we know the dominant group would be our monolingual, English-dominant white students. The next quote being, so I think, and this is a state leader, keep in mind. So I think that a piece of it is if a staff member, a teacher, doesn't understand a student's native language, and the student doesn't understand the teacher's language, doesn't understand English, for example, then I think sometimes the teachers still don't see the student as having high intelligence. So the deficit thinking, right? So I think that is still there, and that is still something very much to overcome. So this state leader recognizing that there is this way of thinking that's very deficit-oriented towards our multilingual learners, and acknowledging that they, because they can't, communicate, but also have this ill-founded perception or lens, applied deficit lens about these students and racializing, also the linguistic aspect of it too, which we know also adds another layer of complexity when it comes to deficit thinking. The teachers may not think that the student is intelligent. And then my last quote here, and these are just few, this is a special education teacher. And what she said is, I'm reading about diet, nutrition, and stress, and the way stories are told, and language and vocabulary are acquired at an early age. How do those things impact learning later on in life and in the school? And so the gap between their learning can have a cultural background behind it. So this really feeds to this notion of the poverty, cultural poverty myth. So thinking there's a culture around poverty, when we know this is not the case. And so really thinking more complexly about the systems that contribute to these inequities versus this culture of poverty. Next, please. And so, next slide, please. Go back. Okay, yes, my bad. Okay, intersectional erasure seizures. So here we're looking at specifically collaboration, and this is something that will feed my next study, which I'm working on right now, between general education and special education. But we're seeing these just power differentials between SPED and ESOL. And at the top, you see here, the ESOL coordinator say, SPED always trumps ESOL. And she indicated ESOL and special education are not viewed and treated equally, as being equally important in the growth of a student, and how ESOL and SPED are positioned differently within the system. So oftentimes when a multilingual learner is identified and placed in special education, language acquisition services are removed, and that should not be happening. These students need language acquisition and special education services, and so we need there to be collaboration between these teams and these school professionals. And then the next quote, the one in the middle, special education teacher noted, it mainly, honestly, falls on the SPED teacher. If they're eligible for special education and they've already received accommodations for ELL, which would be English language learners, that gets wrapped into the IEP, the Individualized Education Program, right? So literally just kind of handing over the student to special education teachers who often don't have training in language acquisition and know what to do to support the language development piece that is so essential to be able to learn content, develop important skills. And then the bottom quote, an ESOL teacher noted, yeah, so in not really understanding how SPED works or special education works, he said, yeah, so the student, referring to one student he was remembering, who was found eligible, will probably get back to ESOL classes at some point. Yeah, I don't know how that'll work. He'll have to get some. I don't know how the SPED program works exactly, but I think they're required to be in some form of general education and not just self-contained all day. I don't know what all the requirements for that really are. So kind of really being honest about not understanding special education and what happens when a student is then found eligible for services and placed in special education classes, particularly in this case, the student was a newcomer, Congolese student who was then placed into a self-contained special education class, and language acquisition services were completely removed. Next, please. All right, so I'm just going to touch on a few implications because there are many. And first, policy. I think it's really key that we be able to provide policy guidelines, information that's accessible using tools to practitioners, because it's not getting to them. In this study, even the central office staff didn't really have a good understanding of the Dear Colleague letter that I referenced earlier. the teachers had no idea it even existed. So how is that policy or those guidelines being transferred or communicated to these school professionals that are required to implement them? Research. We need to do a better job of collecting data on students. For example, our Latinx students, we don't collect data on race. We only flag Latinx, and that is only ethnicity. It's not recognizing the complexity of race as we add that to the layer of thinking about these students. So that really, kind of distorts what we know. And we also should be collecting ethnocultural data on students, which would further our understanding. For example, Asian students are not a monolith, and oftentimes we just lump them together and we think, Asian students. But, for example, Indian students are very different than, for example, Japanese students, and how they're positioned and treated within school systems vary greatly. And then our practice. We need to include language acquisition services for these students across the board. We cannot remove them from these services, and we need to be training these school professionals to work with them in teams, in conjunction, where they can work together and teach each other to be able to best serve these students. Thank you.
So we're actually at lunchtime now. Thank you so much, Melissa and Dr. Brown. I'm sorry for your first name. Oops, this isn't on. But I wanted to, there we go. I just wanted to remind you that we want to engage in conversation even during the lunchtime if possible, like hear about all the wonderful sessions, ideas, perspectives that we have as a global community. And so our discussion prompt, which will be coming up here in a second, for lunch is what cultural constructions of disability and or inclusive education have you encountered at home or in your travels? And one of the themes that I heard in both of these presentations was around the idea of the social constructs of looking at race and color of the skin, and thinking here in India about the caste system, which we also have a similar one in the US. So these are all social constructions. So we want to maybe dive into this topic. If your table does come up with any ideas, if you want to use the printer paper that's on your table and write any perspectives that you have, and then hand those to me at the end of lunch, that would be very much appreciated. We do plan on using some of these ideas that we see in these discussions to plan the next conference, so that we're really meeting the needs of our community. So thank you to so incredibly much for the work that you're doing. We're really honored to have you as part of our DISES community. Please go get lunch, come back in here, eat. Restrooms are downstairs, of course, and I believe lunch is 1 hour. Oh, yes, I do have it. Yes, so at 2 o'clock, we'll start our next round of sessions. So please eat, enjoy, and continue to spend time in community.
It's up, mine is already published, so you can either just.
¿A dónde iremos?
Oh, okay.
Where is it going to be, or where's
¿Qué te llaman? Sí.
Is it the one that's ES flyover or something like that? Thank you. Yeah, no, that's all right, that's all right.
They had an actual special.
Yeah. Yeah, they know. They really are. You don't even have to be careful with your words. No, we just, in DCDT's journal, career development for exceptional individuals. Or career and transition. But anyway,
ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ
yeah,
ಆಗಿದೆ
it's on looking at reimagining the standards through a lens of anti-racist, abolitionist, anti-ableist equity. And they pushed back so much. And we were part of the group that worked on it. We're all part of the Human Rights and Diversity. And so anyways, we have a group that was re-examining these standards, and they did not invite us in there until finally, like, the article just came out like.
ಇದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್
But yeah, it's
ಹಾಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗೋದು ಹಾಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗೋದಾ
yeah, they were pushing back, like, you need to restructure. Yes, yeah. Yeah, we pushed back on white cultural norms. And they were like, well, Western cultural norms would work too. And we're like, okay, and this is the point. And this is the
ನೀವು ಲೈವಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಆಫ್ ಇದೆಯಾ
Yeah, so also I am still fine-tuning at this point another project that I did that was actually looking at art in spring 2020. Our university she said every class teacher have so tell me how you're doing, right? University of San Diego. Now we have but anyway,
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ
ಆಮೇಲೆ
ಪೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಇದೆ
right, because we're saying we're social justice, we're putting in our work, right? Everybody was pointing out how they were and so we got together
ಡ್ರೈವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ
and asked about
ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
we're doing it everywhere. They could not give any detail. They just threw out all the words. Right, had the words. Mentor teachers were like, they actually have the words, but they were also said within there, but we can't even do that because we don't have time. We don't have time. And then the university supervisors, theirs were actually very in-depth. Yes, that's learning development. But anyway, so it would be really interesting to also get that earlier article to kind of bring that into part of the need, because I think that speaks to like, it's. I'm actually impressed. This is the first time this happened today.
It happens in my hotel room. I was like, yeah, I just want to, but they come right back.
Yeah, they do. I know they do. Anyway, so I don't want to take away from your lunch, but yeah. I feel like they keep me.
Yeah. And we specifically situated this chat. They were looking for, in fact, I think part of it was reimagining the early childhood. Just go wild with it. We're like, okay, yeah, okay, we can do that. We can do that. Such a good one because.
Ah, sì, ho sentito un tipo di DISES. Adulto che non sei over there.
Well, that's what, 315 when I'm presenting, and it is, around the same thing, and, yeah, I know. It's not easy. I'm also, and it's interesting because now, we're having these conversations like, I don't know if you know her, right, but they have been talking in Florida.
It's Florida.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, I mean, it takes a toll on human beings, like what they're, yeah, okay. So we're in this meeting, we're talking about like, okay, how can we do this work and all this stuff? And so me being from California, I was like, all right, I didn't write it down, so don't worry, but, when we talk about critical race theory, she's like, careful, I was like, being recording this, But anyway, so then we're like going through and saying, well, how can we say that that's truthfully done? And, and I said, well, just looking for a back university, I gave a talk there. And they were like, so you're gonna follow up your research and the information that you just presented on our band here in Virginia. I was like, what would you recommend we do? I was like, well, I have a few minutes. She was sitting back there. It looks like a tote bag. Anyway, so I was like, I don't necessarily have the answer of like what to do, but I think the more often we get smart people in a room and actually talking with us, not at that surface level of like, is this happening? No, we know it's happening, but what can we do? I don't have the answer, but I would love to like encourage more people within the community to come together, because I think we can do that, but we keep having to prove that this is a problem rather than move to the solutions.
And those things,
no, it's a problem. Well, yeah, I mean, it's. Yeah, don't put the word all. But I'm gonna actually say they're not that wrong, because it seems like we're continuing to. So I've always had a piece of social justice, and this is what I'll tell you what it is. In 1999 was when I first started getting into activism. Okay. If you sit in one of those meetings from 1999 to 2021, you hear passion, you hear intelligence, you hear excitement. And then to get those ideas into follow through, you often have these people with wonderful ideas, but then they don't logistically make it happen. I mean, I look at we just talking about past president of like all of these groups right now. Do you know what the one thing that they actually are doing better than we are doing is that they're making things happen. They're getting on the news. They're paying like businesses off. They are getting
their anger and hatred. I mean,
yes. But are you familiar with Williams' speech? Okay. 1702, Willie Lynch was a slave owner in the West Indies. He goes out to Virginia, I think it was, and to visit a cousin or something. And he gives a speech and he says, you know, as I was on the railroad coming up here, I looked and I saw your livestock hanging from trees. And you know what, he's from Vietnam. He's like, your fields are being burnt. Yeah. Your fields are being burnt. Your crops are being left out too long. And you're trying to scare them into doing, taking care of it. He said, you miss the point. I'm going to give you a formula for something that is so strong that it's going to last for 50 to 100 years. Okay. Now we just hit the 300-year mark. Okay. All right. So this is when I was a high school teacher. I used to teach this, and it was, I remember it was 2002 when I first taught this. I said, so he said, if you really want to control and you make differences bigger, distrust is stronger than honesty. So he said, I'm going to give you some like examples. We'll start with age. The grown folk afraid of the young folk, and the young folk mistrust the older folk. And then he goes into color, so shade of skin, region, where you work, the accent that you hold, the language, everything. You just went through and just took all these differences. If you turn everybody against each other based on these differences, you will control them for the rest of time because they will be looking at each other. And that is the formula. That is the formula. And they just they make it sound someone like me. Like I have had students, we have a PhD in education for social justice. I helped create that program. I was their first white instructor. They went to the president of the university to try to get me back. They didn't read my research. Didn't look into who I was because it's 80% student for color. Okay. We purposely selected the people we selected. Right. They did not give me a chance. And even today, I just got exactly. They said, you haven't heard my address. I was like, you just got here. And so even in my last course evaluation, so I teach the history of education from a social justice perspective. So I'm teaching them about how to, formally accept people, create a public education. I'm teaching them about the treaty of Toronto and how we went back on that treaty. So all these big things, and they're like, hey, this is my ancestors, and why are you teaching me this? They put that in my evaluation. I would feel more comfortable learning this from her person. It's very, Dr. Jez is so hard, and she's such a good person, but she can't possibly understand what it would be like for me to hear this information. And all I think is like, you just miss the point. You just miss the point. I get but they don't want to hear it. We actually went to and did a thing on integration. And so me and my colleague, who is a extremely tall Filipino gay man, and I split the faculty in two. And then we led a discussion around anti-racist teaching and what are the fears around it, what are the things you feel like you're doing well, and where are your assets that you can build upon. My group, which had quite a few white women in it, finally said, I gotta be honest, I don't want to mess up, so I'd rather just not say anything. Fear. His group were like, I can't, it's not my responsibility to teach everybody about it. Fear. Yes, agreed. Yes. Well, so I do these trainings in South Africa, Tanzania, Jamaica, Norway, to run in Norway, and all over the US, right? And I always tell everybody, I was like, you know what, every needs assessment I've ever done, I resulted in the same response when I ask, you know, what is it that is preventing me from being able to do this? And it's like time, money, support. Same. Yeah, exactly what I just said, right? Said, so if I come into a room, that means time has been made to get me in that room, right? If I actually give, like, especially in the developing countries, I often do the work for free. Like, they may put me up in a hotel, but I'm not charging in South Africa or Tanzania. How like come there, right? Okay, so and even Norway, I was able to like add it to a different trip, so they didn't have to. Yeah, well, Norway, they were like, "Well, could you teach us?" And I was like, "Thank you for being an elitist, but you know, I think we can all learn from each other." That's like me saying, "What does South Africa teach me?" That's right. Teach me a lot. So anyway, so I came back at that, and then I'm like, "Okay, but you'll work with us." It's like that. But anyway, I said, you know, right now we have time. Right now I'm doing training, so I haven't been trained in work. I don't want to do that. I would, every training I've ever given in my life, I will always come back and support you and being able to do whatever it is. So whether I'm being called out as a support worker or two workshops or consultation, or just email me and say, would you be in I will do my best. Or I'll hook you up with a so all of those reasons, I just took out. Now, are you ready to learn? Because I'm here, and if you're not, it's okay. You don't have to be here. I will not stand between you.
One of those friendship activities across the university.
Yeah.
And Erica actually is one of the coming down the history to get it funded. And we were using CRT, and I said, "Are y'all right?" You know, Liz Kramer, I don't know if you know her. She'll come.
You have the strong.
And I just want to do that. It's not I don't know. I said, I have to use this gift. Oh, yeah. Especially if
yeah.
I don't know. So we'll see. When I write it, really just was. And I just put some of the time in there were plenty of journals.
And I'm with you too. We did not change the way culture forms. We were able to actually, we had to explain ourselves. We had to restriction the whole article. I will say that. We followed their structure and then we explained and then they, because they're pushback, they just made us jump through every hook possible. And I'm not I'm up for 10 years. But I'm not at the point in my career where I can't do that, but I decided I don't need a career. That's what I'm worried about. So if you, and that's also one of the reasons I'm associate right now is because I didn't play video game. And so even with my students, when they were saying, I don't want to learn this from you, or why don't you teaching that, I didn't go, well, you know, I'm so sorry. And of course they didn't, I have a girl, she's the adjunct.
My presentation is tomorrow, so how are we doing the presentation?
My first year at CDA.
On the contract? Okay.
And my teaching evaluations for that year, every teaching evaluation for every course I taught was like, she's an angry black woman, but they never said it until you said everything else.
Right.
She's like, that every every student that talks about being is that exact same thing. They're doing the same thing. She's like, I never knew this could happen to me. So I'm sorry, but I actually feel better. Like this is actually because you don't lower the standard.
Right.
You know?
You don't lower the standard. Yeah, I tell people it's funny because later in the year, it seems like I was like, no, do it because I know. I heard it tonight. And, you know, and I was like, that's how it is. Sorry, you don't like it. You know, it's what I have to do. They want to ask, yeah. Right. But I was doing it. You hear me? Yeah, that's it. Well, that's what, like, trust me, I have people who I just have to do this. I'm teaching 40% of my job. Yeah, it's one of those things where I did decide that I wasn't going to, and it did hurt me, it did hurt me. But yeah, I have people like Erica McCray who I can sit down with her. She's like, I love working with you. Like she's brilliant. You know, so but the people I care about is that they care about and respect me. Yeah. So I'm not really worried about and all those students who come to the first semester, they were standing in line outside my office when they were in their dissertation. Oh, a line. I could only take 3 that first year. And I had 9 who came to me, and I got to slide up to 9, which is an hour. So all the students that signed this letter, then turned around, and I actually won the diversity and inclusion impact award at university. So, you know, so it's like, but that's to get there. I wish upon my worst enemy to go through it. And yet I recognize that mine is very minuscule compared to the generational, you know. I've been thinking about all those people. Right. Well, I actually think I think that there's people voting and there's a ton of people who are not. And that is the issue. Well, there are a lot of people. Yes. Yes. That is what, like I said, they have put out, they have an agenda and they, yeah. And well, awesome. Like I said, you know, you can talk and and then when the rubber hits the road, and that's. And I'm willing to give up my job because I don't need that job if I have time. But my 2 colleagues who came in at the same time as me, they are this year. And one of the things that they did differently than me, their course assignments when they got pushback, reflective behavior or discussion. That when they were told they had too much reading, they just took out all the reading and said, you know, I think and I won't never did it, won't do it. Yeah, well, and the difference between me and my colleagues are they taught for 2-3 years. Listen, I taught for 14. Yeah, it's 13. And so I know, and I taught in San Francisco. And I taught all the kids that were done 2 programs, and that was my specialty. And my kids, I only had 3 in all those 14 years dropped out. Hundreds of kids. And these were the kids that were expected, they were like, just keep everyone safe, don't worry about teaching. Right. And anything, you don't get to.
ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರಾ ಕೊಡಿಸಿ
So like I could have been very many of us, you know, and it wasn't going to do less for these. And I still get, you know, these Instagram and Facebook messages. Last week I was sending me pictures of, you know, they graduated from high school. And they're like, you're supposed to do it now. And but also who's most close to you. And it's hard.
ರಾಯ್ತಾ ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ ಫ್ರೈಡ್ ರೈಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ವೆಜ್ ರೈಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಐಟಮ್ ತರ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಐಟಮ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಐಟಮ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದೆಯಾ ಈ ಬಿಸಿಬೇಳೆ ಬಾತ್ ತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಿಸಿಬೇಳೆ ಬಾತ್
So when I get home from this trip, which I'm still going to Kenya, South Africa, then I go home. But when I get
ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಪೂನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ
the equivalent of what they want. So it's my okay. I have been working so hard my whole life. So when you say like, would I go into education? I think I have worked so hard, and I want other people to, you know, do very little and very like different very good life. But I will go back to I did not choose this path. It was chosen for me, and all I did was say yes to it and keep on. Oh, I don't. So it is. I actually always said I was not going to be a teacher, and then everything in life happened. And what's that? I didn't think I would. My mom. Yeah, mine. Six of the 8 children in my family. So I think I got it honest, you know. Yeah. But I really think that if I were 18 to get thinking about because that was really what I wanted. I think that maybe a bit much. But I also find so much joy in connections and that's what keeps me going. It's like this conference here. It's a double-edged. Everybody, like when I remember my first conference was in Nicaragua, and I remember getting there, we were so that we were sitting at the table or something and talking about like the different projects we were doing, and I had that feeling that you get, and I was like, this is my view. But I feel like we need to come together to preach to Star for a minute so that we can go back and learn and remember, you know, this. Right. You know, but it is kind of hard, you know, what you do together. You're like, I'm not crazy. I'm trying to do this. You know. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not crazy. Yeah. You know. Oh gosh, you just like, oh no, you weren't trying to say that. Pretty sure. It was pretty sure. Yeah. I don't even know. I'm hungry. It is. I've been watching. I get new conversations.
So what did you go listen to? Those responses. Okay, so the look at that was gonna be, okay. Okay, cool. Yes. Yes. She's from the University of she just like the question she filled her she was it was during 2020 and so she said that like she said there was like 20 participants and that like some people had this like long answer to their questions and like one sentence. It was about like lives and stuff like that. Process and stuff like that. It was really good, like how that year the lady was one of the ladies she did one day. Hers was about fraternity and she like shares like teenagers, a young adult, and behavior procedures, and like people were saying like take this off of the campus, just hurt them so bad. They probably done this is in the way they were being treated. And it was like we were just playing fast, which is like the men were like they can't watching it. And then like they saw it make turn out it was in Chicago when you know, there's things like that, like there's just certain experience of like that she was talking about like biases like towards like non-black boys and also especially like kind of like she's like people are so and it's like just I feel like that was us this summer with Sean and Steven. Sean was like, every day after like, but Steven, he was just like, we knew he was doing the best he could.
Well, and asked her, do you like my kissing? Do you like my mom? I like King's like the kingdom of UK. Girls make
yeah, remember? This is went so well today. I think it was great. I was forced to sit down and like just talk and everything. That was not she liked these offers or whatever, and she was like the idea for her when they do and Logan and I were just do yeah, right. I know, right? I was thinking there was time she had a really good time. I know he was having a good time. Just like his drive from Nashville. He was just like, sorry, I just want your seat. Sorry, your first. That's okay. Yeah. They'll probably have the two points. I can ask you what's the talk to you.
गोवा फैब्रिकेशन गोवा देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को गोवा में देखना पड़ेगा फैब्रिक एडवर के भरोसे पे बैठ नहीं सकता ना एडवर के भरोसे बैठ नहीं सकता मैं गोवा का देखना पड़ेगा चलो मैं निकालता हूँ कब करवाना क्या चीज़ है किसने डाला है देखता हूँ होल्ड करो
Jasmine room before lunch, and
ऑल इंडिया
I was watching the live stream,
आ गया
and
ऑल
it
इंडिया
went off
में
as soon as I started the presentation. So just wanted to know why it happened, or is there any recording? Okay, I will check with other person.
नहीं है ना मेरा यहाँ पे मैं सर्वर इशू है थोड़ा
It's gone to the lunch.
नहीं मुझे बता दो ऐसे बता दो
Sure, sure, sure. Sure, please call me and let me know.
डाला किसने है किसका है किसके थ्रू है
I forwarded to the concerned person. Okay. Yeah, sure, sure, sure. Thank you.
नहीं लाइट एंड साउंड का है किसके थ्रू काम है अनिल शुक्ला है कौन है नितेश है मुकेश हाँ हाँ अपने वाले ग्रुप में मैं समझ गया जय माता की चलो मैं देखता हूँ इसको ठीक है जय माता की कौन है ये नया अरे मेरी बात सुनो इसका काम करवा दो इसने अजय देवगन और रेम्बो डिसूजा बुला रखे हैं मेरे ख्याल से नॉर्थ इंडिया गॉट टैलेंट करेगा ये उसमें आएंगे अजय देवगन वगैरह तो चलेंगे यार खास मैं तो मेन हूँ इसका करेगा मैं इसको कहता हूँ कॉल करेगा आपको करेगा इसको बढ़ाएगा जल्दी है काम भी कही है ना कि मार्वल का भी काम है इसका खान है ना मार्वल की माइन है इसकी खान है ये सरकार ऐसे कैसे दे देती है इतनी बड़ा प्रॉपर्टी इतनी बड़ी प्रॉपर्टी गवर्नमेंट दे कैसे देती है देती है अच्छा लीज कितना हुआ इसका अपनी तो औकात से बाहर होगी चलो कोई नहीं मैं बोलता हूँ रेमो को कॉल करेगा आपको ठीक है और मेरी बात सुनो इसका गोवा वाले का भरोसा पता है आपको तो वही वाली बात है एडवांस की बात है नहीं क्योंकि एक बार मैं भी धोखा खा गया तो नंदिनी के चक्कर में नंदिनी बोली आप स्टार्ट करवा मैं पेमेंट करवा रही हूँ मैंने स्टार्ट करवाया 3,000 रुपये डूब गए तो बोले मैंने वाले रिप्लाई तो उसने रिप्लाई ना दिया फिर मुकेश और जो अनिल शुक्ला है ना इसने विनीत कॉल के चक्कर में स्टार्ट कर दिया 10,000 रुपये डूब गए कंफर्म कर पहले से पहले से बात करो क्योंकि अब नए बंदे जुड़ गए हैं हाँ मैं उसी की बात कर रहा हूँ उसमें तो खाली वेंडर है उसमें तो कोई हाँ तो वही है ना अभी किसी का भरोसा नहीं नए बंदे जुड़े हैं उसमें आप बात करके देखो मैं बताओ मैं देखता हूँ
After the slide, the last slide, and I will share the
Okay, sure.
Ready?
It was
Are you presenting in here again? And right after Monica.
Wait, what's up?
I said right after Monica.
You two are together?
Yeah, we're a duo.
Lizzie, we didn't notice that part. Oh, really?
Yeah. I've never met her in person. First time, but we were on Zoom. I was like, I'm so glad I met you in person.
नहीं हम बाहर से लेके आ रहे हैं
अच्छा अच्छा
So I'm interested in your stuff.
नहीं हम करिए
आपकी बॉक्स लेके आते हैं
नहीं मैं बॉक्स लेता मैम एक्चुअली क्या है कि मेरा ना भारी कैफेटेरियन का एक्चुअली क्या है कि मेरा ना यहाँ से कोई लिंक नहीं है मैं इवेंट्स करता हूँ तो मैं तो वैसे सर ने स्पेशली बुलाया ना इसलिए मैं आ गया मैं अपना नॉर्थ इंडिया देखता हूँ सारा इवेंट्स करता हूँ खुद
कौन सा कंपनी
HR इवेंट मैनेजमेंट HR इवेंट कॉर्पोरेट ब्रांडिंग सैम्पलिंग तो मेरे अंडर में यूपी MP और आपका हरियाणा दिल्ली पंजाब ही आता है पूरी मेन पावर है तो आप इवेंट कम्युनिटी में डायरेक्ट हैं आप इवेंट्स से या मतलब डायरेक्ट अच्छा आप ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं तो आप पैन इंडिया भी करते होगे ना इसको जैसे दिल्ली वगैरह प्रोग्राम करते हो नॉर्थ इंडिया साइड अभी साउथ
सिर्फ साउथ है
ओके
इंडिया में हम ऑर्गेनाइज किया है
नहीं अगर ये पैन इंडिया आप करवाओ ना एक्टिविटी तो इसका दिल्ली हरियाणा पंजाब में रिस्पॉन्स बढ़िया क्योंकि लोगों में उस स्टेट ग्रेजुएशन को लेके बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ है भाई बहुत से क्या होते हैं स्टडी के लिए बाहर जा रहे हैं जब उनको इंडिया में अगर मिलेगी बढ़िया से क्यों जाएगा अगर अपना स्कूल का है अपना स्कूल एक्टिविटी है कुछ आज में स्कूल लिखा हुआ था ना कुछ
डिसेबिलिटी बच्चों का प्रोग्राम है टीचर्स कैसे देखभाल करना स्टूडेंट्स बच्चों का उसके बारे में
इसका तो मुझे काम कर सकता है मैम जो बड़े बड़े इंटरनेशनल स्कूल होते हैं उनसे टाई अप करके और उनको ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं और फीस वगैरह ले सकते हैं उनसे
तो थोड़ा मुश्किल है
ज़्यादातर मैं स्कूल एक्टिविटी ज़्यादा करता हूँ स्कूल एक्टिविटी ज़्यादा है मैम
स्कूल एक्टिविटी
वो मैं गोपाल को एचसी के लिए बोला था मैंने एचसी के लिए इसमें कूलिंग नहीं है कूलिंग के लिए बोल रहे हैं कौन की बोल रही थी चल ठीक है कोई लेट्स गो हम कूलिंग करवानी है कूलिंग
ट्रेनिंग भी
ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಯಾವ್ದು
ಇದು
ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಬೇಕಂತೆ
ಇಂದ ಯಾವ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಅಂದೇ ಇದೆ
ಹೆಸರು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಬಿಲ್ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತ
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ತೋರ್ಸಮ್ಮ
ತಂದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ
ಇಬ್ರು ಮೂರು ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಲಂಚ್ ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರು ಲಂಚ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ನೀರು ಬೇಕು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತು चेयर्स नहीं 5 मिनट से डालना चेयर भवानी जस्ट फिनिश कर लंच हाँ स्ट्रेट हाँ थैंक्स इसे लेना तोड़ देंगे यहाँ पर तोड़ देंगे ओके बॉटल को छोड़ बॉटल ये को कर नहीं ले आता तो
Got us again. It's the same two of us again.
Same dice too.
Did we do one? I should have probably named them instead of putting two in one. No, it's the other one.
कौन सा सी टाइप
हाँ
मैम का हो रहा मैम सी टाइप चाहिए
ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಚಾರ್ಜಾ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ
एक काम करो ना जीएसटी में
ಕುಡಿ ಕುಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೊಂತೀನಿ ಆ ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೂತಿರ್ತೀನಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು
Well, that's true. I definitely.
आपका माइक ऑन है साउंड आ रहा है इसका
I mean, it's
बैटरी खत्म होने वाला है इसका हाँ मैम करिए ये आपका पानी
We got time.
They moved the sign.
I put mine back. Sorry.
Something wrong. It's, oh, yeah. I thought I saw it the first time.
Here it's not done yet.
Got quiet in here in a hurry, isn't it? Well, there's a couple more words on there.
It looks like we're having technical difficulties. Okay.
अभी मैं इवेंट पे था शाम को करता हूँ.
Well, if the rest of the slides are fine, then, you know, because this is just really the title slide, so you can leave it there. And, hi, everyone. Thanks for coming this afternoon. I'm Dr. Monica Brown, Professor of Special Education at UNLV in Las Vegas, Nevada. Yes, Las Vegas. And for those of you who are here this morning, this is Melissa and I's second presentation in an hour, you'll see a recurring theme through my presentations. The second one specifically addresses young Black children in our early childhood educational system, and sort of getting into sort of the unjust treatment that those children receive throughout that system. And there's going to be some special education obviously woven through that. Next slide, please. Oh, and we're going to take questions at the end of both presentations so that I don't go over into Dr. Cuban's work there. So, just a little introduction. This is not a study, this is just a theoretical piece, but my colleagues and I did write this up and it is under review, so fingers crossed that we'll get it published. This is the short version of it, obviously. So talking a little bit about early childhood education in the U.S. and I think globally, I will say that I had an opportunity to read a little bit about the early childhood system, they don't call it exactly that, in India as well, and I really appreciated some of the earlier comments from the keynote speaker and some of the folks in the audience to give a little bit more context, I think, to sort of what's going on in terms of inclusion, but also with young kids in India. But we all know that it's probably one of the most important sort of steps in a child's early development, that they get those services and supports through early childhood education. There are so many sort of outcomes that are increased by kids having those resources and supports and services through early childhood education. But what we've come to know is that typically kids experience early childhood spaces differently within the United States, and I would assume that it's probably the same here in India. And so I give you sort of 4 things that we specifically, I will specifically address within the presentation, those disparate impacts of ECE, early childhood education, and early childhood special education, under IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is our special ed law, of course, and its effects on young Black and other marginalized children, marginalized mostly special education, and how they experience it within that early childhood system, and then the ways Black children with and without disabilities can benefit from good ECE, ECSE programming and services. And then I looked a little bit about India, that I wanted to sort of talk about that too, so you can see some of the parallels even that are occurring within the US and then across India, and then some recommendations for potentially some better ECE, ECSE experiences for certain children. Next slide. So one of the ways that I sort of thought about IDEA, we know what the letters stand for, but the 4 areas or those 4 impacts that I'll sort of talk about today, the inequity of it, the disproportionality of it, the exclusion of it, and the achievement gap of it. So if we think about IDEA, yes, it's a great law, but the way that the kids experience it is different. Okay, so those are sort of the things that I'll talk about. So that in terms of inequity, if we think about Black children, particularly those from lower income households, they more likely experience ECE, ECSE in classrooms that have lower ratings of instructional support. Okay, so typically then their teachers who they have in those spaces are not as qualified as the ones they would have in some other spaces that don't have necessarily Black children. D, talking again about the expulsion and suspension rate of Black children, even at the preschool level. So again, we're talking about these kids from a very early age who are disproportionately impacted by being excluded from school. And then the exclusion piece of it, typically when they are in those spaces, placed into these segregated or these separate classrooms, again, as preschoolers. And that really does carry on into our K-12 environment. And then the achievement gap, We see the lack of access to high quality EC. And most of these kids, most Black kids experience early childhood spaces that are in daycare and in-home services. So typically not going to those preschools where you can get those services and have access to those resources that their peers may have access to. So it's nice that they get something, but typically on that spectrum of better to less better. You see Black children who are in these other spaces. Next slide, please. So the benefits, I think we all know the benefits. They're well documented. The well-being, the overall well-being of little kids, their social, emotional, behavioral, cultural, everything. All of those things are just better when they have access to these services and supports at an early age. Okay. They're less likely to be identified with a disability later on. They're more academically prepared for later grades. We know that typically they don't get retained when they've gone through preschool, and then more likely to graduate from high school. Their earning powers typically better. And again, we've seen all of this documentation as we've seen these longitudinal studies that have traveled, moved with these kids as they've traveled through the grades. Okay, next slide, please. So here's where I sort of brought in India. I did some reading. I found two really good articles on early childhood education in India, because I wanted to see what were those parallels between the countries, if any. And so I think the keynote speaker talked a little bit about the ICDS, I believe she did this morning. But it specifically was meant to address those children who are under or up to the age of 6 years old. And if we think about our preschool in the United States, that's basically what it is as well. However, some of our states don't require kindergarten. I'm in one of those states. So you'll have kids who will potentially get preschool and then not go to kindergarten, or you'll have kids who won't get preschool but also won't get kindergarten. So now you've got kids who are starting school much, much later than some of the other kids who may be in other states or, and some places that have day kindergarten. So it's a lot going on. But what I found out here from reading these two really good articles, and I have the citation there, it was compulsory for kids, pregnant women, and adolescent girls. So if we think about the whole exclusion piece of it, they talked about typically males were the ones who got access. Now our exclusion looks different because most of ours is centered on income, centered on race and ethnicity, but here tend to be gender, tended to be disability related, tended to be pregnant women. That was an interesting one for me, but part of what's built into this ICDS is the nutrition piece of it. So my assumption is that when you give these services to pregnant women, then obviously it's going to benefit their child as well. So you can see that second bullet, it talked about meeting the health, development, and nutritional needs of children, and that includes those kids who are still in the womb. But what I read in both of those articles that it talks about is a system that still needs overhauling because it's ineffective. So again, if I talk about the parallels between our system in the US and here, I would say that is a parallel that's right on the money. And then of course their constitution talks about providing these early childhood services for these kids until they complete the age of 6. And again, we also have all of these initiatives and grants and everything within the United States that wants these kids that we have too who need to be receiving these services. Yes, next slide, please. The infancy education expansion in India, and this is where I looked at it sort of like the other piece where it was really paralleling with the US. If we look at urban low-income communities, these are typically the communities that are excluded from those services. Ecologically is how they termed it in the article, depressed areas or your rural areas. If we look across the United States, typically those families that live in those rural areas, they have less opportunities to get those services. Offspring of itinerant, seasonal, and construction laborers. That was part of the article as well. So another group of folks who also needed these services, but also had difficulty getting them historically, but because of this expansion, they were targeting those specific individuals. And then those with disabilities. So again, if we look across these sort of 4 areas where India has tried to expand to in order to reach all of those individuals, it's pretty similar to the US, pretty similar. Okay, next slide, please. So some of the things that we mentioned in our paper, recommendations for early childhood educators, we're always going to mention cultural competence in terms of working with little Black children so that we can make sure that they're not excluded from these spaces, or that when they're in these spaces, that they get the type of service and support that is consistent with their cultural norms and values. So that's one of the things that we were always going to recommend. And also understanding the socio-political consciousness, okay? So understanding that, yes, there are social issues that we have to be aware of, but there are also political issues that we have to be aware of. In the United States, there's a lot of political happening right now. So that's always important when we're talking about working with Black or any other cultures. And then implementing culturally relevant practices. If you ask me, I think we have to go a little bit further than that. I think there needs to be more than just saying I'm going to do something that's culturally relevant, because honestly, I believe that culturally relevant practices are just good practice. That's just effective practice. And then utilizing Black culture as a central component with developing curricula. Lansing Billings talks about that as well when she talks about early childhood pedagogies and the curriculum that they imagine or that they implement within the classroom. She's even stated in her latest article that maybe there needs to be a reimagining of what early childhood looks like. What could that look like to benefit all kids? What could that look like to make it more just for all of the kids in those spaces? Evaluating perceptions and biases brought to those EC spaces. Again, sort of what I talked about earlier today. If teachers, whether they be K-12 or preschool, early childhood folks, they need to start thinking about, what do I come to this space with, and how does that impact those kids, and in this case, their families that they work so closely with on a day-to-day basis? How does that impact them? And then utilizing a strengths-based approach. Melissa talked earlier about sort of having those deficit views of certain groups of kids, specifically multilingual kids, but when we think about all those kids that come from those marginalized and minoritized backgrounds, there tends to be sort of this deficit look. So changing that lens and thinking about, what does that kid come to this space with that adds to, that is a value add to this space, whether it's early childhood, a special education classroom, a multilingual environment, whatever it is, how do they add to that space? Because every child does add to a space. Next, please. Oh, I did my 20 minutes. Here's my preferences. I didn't want to infringe on Melissa's time again. So, yeah.
We'll leave time for questions at the end.
Technology is revolting. Okay, we're done.
Hi everyone, I'm Melissa Melissa Cuba, Assistant Professor of Special Education at the University of Maine, and I'm here to present on a systematic literature review focused specifically on multilingual learner disproportionate representation with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And so before I get started with this, I would like to just mention that I worked on this project with the team at the University of Maine, and I come to this work as a former, approach this work as a former multilingual learner who experienced challenges in our K-12 system, but also as a former ESOL or English for Speakers of Other Languages teacher who then added special education to her training. Next slide, please. All right, so for this presentation, I'm going to briefly cover the background in terms of context when it comes to this study and the research questions that informed it, as well as the methodology, some of the findings, and then implications. At the very end, I'm going to share a QR code with a resource that I developed with teacher recommendations that look at all three components, which would be pre-referral processes, eligibility, and then after placement when thinking about these students. Next slide, please. All right, so what we know is that this is data from the Department of Education, so our federal system, data from 2016, looking at risk ratios for students with autism spectrum disorder and intellectual disabilities by race and ethnicity. And so as you see here at the bottom, you see the numbers 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8. And those are the risk ratios. Ideally, when we think about risk ratios, we want a 1-to-1 risk. That would be what we call proportional. Some disproportionality scholars place additional thresholds on that to really provide a little bit of wiggle room when we measure this, where it's thought that 1.2 and higher would be overrepresentation, and 0.8 and lower would be underrepresentation. So ideally, we would want to see proportionality would be right between the 0 and the 2. So just imagine a line right there. That would be proportional. So as you think about that, I would like for you to look at the groups that are on the left by race ethnicity. The first being African Indian or Alaskan Native. Actually, that should be American Indian. I'm sorry, that's a typo. Then Asian, Black African American, Hispanic Latino, Native Hawaiian other, 2 or more races, and then white. And so the blue, the lighter blue is ASD, the darker blue is ID. So what you see here is that some groups would fall under, would be overrepresented, others are underrepresented in these specific disability categories. And I'll just target a few. So looking first at our American Indian or Alaskan Native, we see a slight overrepresentation there in both categories, and including our Asian students specific to ASD. So both overrepresented when it comes to those specific disability categories. Then when you look at our Black African American students, significant overrepresentation, where even the intellectual disability category is exceeding a 6, or what would be 6, we would deduct a 1, so roughly 5, maybe 600% overrepresentation. That's nationally. That's problematic. It's very problematic. You look at other groups, for example, our Hispanic Latino students. There's also overrepresentation for those groups, specifically mostly in the intellectual disability category, but also ASD, maybe slight. And then significant overrepresentation of white students under ASD. So just something to think about as I present this work. Next slide, please. Right, so this systematic review is meant to really inform future work. So what exists in the literature? That's the purpose of this type of study. So the first research question is, to what extent are multilingual learners disproportionately represented in special education categories of autism spectrum disorder, intellectual disability, and developmental delay? So our IDD umbrellas, so to speak. In addition to that, what are the individual and system factors associated with this type of disproportionality? So the findings I'm going to share are just a brief overview because there's a lot, but I would really like to mostly focus on the implications and recommendations piece. Next slide, please. The methodology, so we follow PRISMA guidelines, the team of 4 that worked on this study. And initially we found, after looking at all the literature that exists, we came with 294 articles. So in our search of the literature and really thinking about specific to K-12 students, that is what we came across. What we did is we reviewed these individual articles. Our team did. We went through processes where all of us had opportunities to look at them. Duplicates were removed. Then you see how we screened by abstracts to then reduce to 262 articles. After going through that process, we excluded some because they didn't follow our criteria. So we're focused on multilingual learners. So multilingual learners meaning our students who speak home languages other than English and require language acquisition services to access academic content and develop skills in school, typically called English learners, English language learners. I prefer to use multilingual learner because it really centers their language repertoires rather than just focusing on English learning. And what we know is that many of our multilingual learners speak indigenous, tribal languages, regional languages, in addition to the language of colonization of their country. So after going through full text articles and assessing them for eligibility, we had 35, and we excluded some because there were significant reasons. There wasn't mention of specifically multilingual learners, or now we're looking at representation, so not placement or anything else like that. And then our final sample resulted in 10 articles. So we have 10 articles in the scope of the literature that exists, and that's what I'll be focused on. Next slide, please. All right, so some of our major findings, and I put these by disability category, and just briefly we'll discuss them. Next one, please. Specific to autism spectrum disorder, what we know is that there is a lower incidence and rates for multilingual learners compared to non-multilingual learners nationally and in the Northeast. And for white multilingual learners who speak Spanish and other languages. And so here I'm citing or really referencing 2 articles, Newman and colleagues, and Yamasaki and Luke. So in these studies, they looked at not just, multilingual learner status, but they also, really focused on region and language, which is really important when we think about these students, in addition to race. So really getting at that complexity, nuance, and what we know of the scope of literature. We also saw that there are higher rates of Asian students who speak other languages, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander students who speak other languages, and Hispanic Latinos who speak Spanish. Study referenced here is Dickerson and Dickerson from 2018, so we're seeing there higher rates for those specific groups, but we also have to consider context. And Dickerson draws from the Northeast, So there's just a great need for looking at the entire different context and nuance, so to speak. Next slide, please. Intellectual disability, in the literature we know that there is often significant overrepresentation of African American Black students and at times our Native American Indigenous students. What we saw here in the scope of literature is that there is an overrepresentation of our multilingual learners when compared to our non-multilingual learners nationally. These are national data sets. And that is by 40% nationally, and then in the Southwest in particular. There's also overrepresentation of these students who have what we call limited proficiency in their home language or the dominant language that they would be using to build that language foundation base to then build English and other subsequent languages from, and their second language, which in this study was English. And so when there are limited competencies or limited abilities, I should say, of language for these learners, we're seeing overrepresentation, as well as in those areas that have larger school districts and classrooms that have a greater teacher-student ratio. So really thinking about not just our social identities, but also system factors that may contribute to disparities. And those studies there being Keller Allen, and also Sullivan's piece. And then underrepresentation of multilingual learners who have limited second language proficiencies and English proficient students as well when compared to the total enrollment. So just really being able to compare the two. And so there we're seeing some differences in Artiles' work. His area or focus was on the West region of the United States. Next slide, please. And so with developmental delay, there's really only one study. This is where we know that there's a great need for additional scholarship in this area. We know there's an at least from Valenzuela's work and colleagues' work, there's an underrepresentation of these students compared to non-multilingual learners, specifically in the Southwest. And so that's pretty much what we know and what we can build from. Next slide. All right, so really here, implications of this work. The first thing, and I'm going to focus mostly on students who have been identified under the IDD umbrella of these three disability categories. The first being the great need for culturally and linguistically responsive transition planning. And that was something that was really noted several times as we think about supporting needs in school, but also after to ensure post-secondary outcomes, better post-secondary outcomes and employment opportunities for these students, as well as thinking about self-determination needs and how to make them more culturally and linguistically responsive for our students with IDD or under IDD. And then gleaning from this research, really thinking about regions, how we collect data specific to these students. There's a great need for better collection and use of disproportionate indices that are standardized or common. A lot of people used, or some scholars used risk ratios, but others use odds ratios, others use composition indices. It gets really messy when it comes to disproportionality research. And federal agencies have their own way of measuring disproportionality or requiring their state educational agencies to do that. And so then it just gets kind of confusing because we're all doing different things. And it would be great if we could clearly delineate what these disproportionality indices mean, how they're measured, and create some sort of standardization across the board. And then when it comes to policy, there is a great need also for better information specific to eligibility processes and referral, and thinking about not just that, but then subsequently what happens after the student is identified and how to best support that child with a team that includes language acquisition experts, families, as a resource and central to the work that is being done to be able to inform best practices for each individual student. And so the real resource that I would like to share, and I think this is really important, is a series of recommendations that came from all this work. And as a former practitioner and teacher who was in the classroom for 15 years and really focused on dually identified students, I feel like this is really probably at the heart of this, because this will further our, knowledge base and where the gaps are, right? And so there are several gaps, as you can see, in terms of regionality, system factors that may have not been tapped into, and I just provided a brief overview, but also just getting more at complexity and nuance. And so if you all pull up your phones, I have a QR code here that will be up in a minute. The QR code is a Google Doc that's open access, so please feel free to share this with colleagues, friends. And it is a Word document, or a Google Doc, I should say, of recommendations specific to this work. So how to mitigate disparities, what would need to be considered, and I can talk briefly about some. Coming from Virginia, both as a former student, but also as a teacher, there is a great need for thinking about policy and what's required for teachers to attain licensure in, for example, ESL. In Virginia, back in 2017, state policymakers decided to lessen the required training or credentialing of these teachers from a full master's program to then a below average praxis score in this area in ESL. And that's really problematic. When you think about, one of our most vulnerable student populations, you need to ensure that teachers are adequately trained. And so that can really impact our students. Not only that, but previously, many college systems required training or coursework in language learning, but also learning in that language. And what the research shows is that teachers who speak other languages or have learned other languages and have had experiences similar to these children will be able to have a better idea of what language development would look like, their own lived experience and how hard it's been for them to learn a language, and then to grapple with not just social language conventions, but also academic language conventions, because it's very different. And in Virginia, I talk about Virginia, Maine too, but the expectation is in many states across the US that these students perform at the same level as their English dominant peers after 1 year of receiving instruction in a US school. And I often ask my student teachers, I work with in-service teachers, but also pre-service teachers as well. Just imagine moving to, let's say, China, and being required to perform at the same level as your peers on standardized measures of content of all subject areas. It's not feasible. It's just, that's not how it works. And so we really need to think about policy and what we're expecting our students to do and how we're supporting their needs, because we know that there's a great need for bilingual measures or bilingual assessments, quality assessments, which sometimes our bilingual measures are questionable. And so we need more research, we need more resources specific to that. And so it's just touching on one dimension, but there's so many. And so, if anything, I just would like to share that with you and maybe open up the floor to questions so we can have a conversation, if that's okay. So Were you able to open the Google Doc okay? Great.
Thank you for two very important issues. I have a slight concern, especially on early intervention, because you also touched on the Indian context. Right. Since my 40 years of research in early intervention, and I work very closely in 8 countries in South Asia. What I really feel is we really don't have enough evidence on how to really look at the impact of early intervention, early childhood support, also moving away from just disability, looking at the entire gamut of neurodiversity. We need to really look into that a lot. So my request with the DISES is we should really go for a cross-country research, not just one country research, because one country research and with the kind of doesn't speak much about the credibility of the research. I'm not saying anything on your research, but lower the N, the lower the reliability. So it's very important for us to go with a cross-country research, and DISES, of course, CBR network is the partner. We should go deeper into the research and understand how early intervention really affects. That is something very important. So when we have also tried something like developing an app on Portage, because of course you all come from US, but I got the Portage into India, I Indianized, ruralized Portage, and we also developed a mobile app and a web-based app on Portage, especially to do away, forget about pediatricians, therapists, special educators, they are not there in the villages. In 80% of the villages, they are non-existent. That is my experience. So the only one who is existent is the mother. She is the only strength we have. So how to build on her strength was our major concern. So Vinith is also a parent. So he helped us to develop a mobile app which can be used by a parent in a remote village, because it is used in 76 districts in Nepal out of 78. So people are using the app, and who are they? Basically these parents. And who are parents? Even father is non-existent. I'm sorry to say that. Not many fathers are there in this. It is the mother. It is the mother and only mother who is available. She is the only resource. And the cultural strengths, local practices, child rearing practices, good practices, leave the bad ones, but we can't throw the baby with hot water. It's very important to identify the good practices across the globe and build on that. So that is, we should go for a cross-country research. The second part, the language. Language should be enabling, but from your studies, I'm seeing that language is the most disabling factor in a child's life. So, in fact, the very purpose of education gets defeated if language becomes a major barrier. Whether with all the chat GPT and a lot of artificial intelligence, because I'm using a lot of artificial intelligence because very friendly to people like me who are losing a lot of memory these days. So it is very important for us to see that how do we really look at language doesn't become a primary factor in education. Why it should be? We should, rack our brains out to look at other ways of learning. Other ways of learning where language is not a barrier. Even that needs a cross-country research, because we have a lot of technology, especially I'm talking of artificial intelligence, coming there. Why should bother a child who is speaking Hindi or Punjabi or Spanish at home in a class, because automatically it should get converted into a language which a child knows. That is the kind of technology which we are seeing. Why a child has to suffer? We need to really look deeper into that issue. Let us work together, and at DISES, a cross-country research on that, so that we can build a better world for the child. Because I feel very sad. I was sharing with Dr. Jugnu with the presentations what I had. I'm not going to sleep for next 2 weeks. I was really disturbed a lot. So we should make sure that language doesn't become a barrier in education. It's very important. It's a very uncivilized world if we are using language as a barrier. Because language is man-made, it is not God-made, we all know that. So why give so much importance to that? We should find other channels in doing that. Early intervention, we need a cross-country research, and with whatever available, be it on the existing strengths, it should be community-based. Forget about all the professionals because they are not there. That is the problem. So if I travel 20 kilometers from Bangalore, I don't see any special educator. I don't see any therapist or psychologist. This is the hard reality. If that is the reality, we have to build on the existing strengths. That is what community-based rehabilitation talks about. Build on what is available rather than looking at what is not available. Thank you very much.
Well, I would just say yes. You mentioned language not being a barrier, and I would say the same thing about race. Race should not be a barrier either to learning, but yet we still have that.
Still man-made.
Correct, still man-made. So I don't know, maybe that tells us something right there that maybe man needs to stop making stuff.
And touching on language, that's a great point. The U.S. is people often forget the U.S. is actually very culturally and linguistically attractive. And often the narrative with new immigrants, I like to use the term new immigrants, is that they should do away with their cultural language once they enter the U.S. Oftentimes you still hear teachers say, don't use your home language here, or don't, here you only speak English, so English only. And we see that in policies, right, across the U.S. Thankfully, there's been a lot of advocacy against that because research shows it's absolutely essential for a child to have a strong foundation in their home languages, not just in oral competencies, so speaking and listening, but also reading and writing as well. And so they need a strong base, a strong foundation to then learn English and other languages in the future. And so it's to a detriment to say, do away with or erase that, right? We don't want linguistic or cultural erasure. Secondly, the US should be reimagining or reinviting or rethinking dual language learning, programming, and policies, because the US had robust dual language programs over 100 years ago. This was before World War I, back when old immigrants moved to the US, specifically or particularly in the Midwest and northern parts of the country, actually in many parts across the US. There were state provisions to support dual language programs for Polish, Irish, German immigrants at the time. But what happened was with World War I, there was a real push for English only, given the threat of new people, and particularly as we get closer to this generation, Black and brown people, and so Black and brown immigrants. And so doing away with those robust programming provisions that existed. And that was actually to a real detriment to those families of old immigrants who lost their cultural and linguistic repertoires, identities. Imagine, having to erase that part of you. And so we need to go back and think about what we did and in essence fix it. Because we know that the best instructional programs for these students support bilingualism, multilingualism. And how to do that, there's so many ideas related to that. And so we need to bring that conversation back.
I'm just looking at your handout. Can you help me? I'm not sure I'm understanding. It's about halfway down. It starts take measures to avoid delays in proper diagnosis. Can you tell me a little bit what you explain that a little bit more? That whole paragraph.
Yeah, sure. So there's a de facto policy of waiting 2 years for a child to, in essence, learn school, be able to integrate in the system culturally and linguistically. And so what we know from the literature is that we should not wait 2 years. What we need to do is we need to bring language acquisition experts to the table, have conversations around what we should be seeing, what measures we should be using, and how we should be collecting data related to intervention. So thinking, I like to use MTSS, so multi-tiered systems of support, thinking of tier 2, right? And what kind of data are we collecting? What kind of conversations are we having? These kinds of things. In addition to that, I encourage you to look at Julia Sparsa-Brown's work on using a true peer model framework, because previously we compared multilingual learners to English dominant learners, right? And we should not be doing that because they have not received the same type of education, right, in terms of programming, instruction. And so True Peers encourages us to, instead of comparing these students to English dominant learners, comparing them to their true peers. And that would be other multilingual learners who have similar language proficiencies, educational backgrounds, immigration journeys. And so when we do that, it's a better comparison group or reference category for that data. Now, if the student is performing at the same level as their true peer, then we need to question the language instructional programming. If not, then maybe we should consider referral.
Just one more, and this is one way of comment. Sorry, just one way to comment. So we are working with children with most of them have ASD diagnosis, but we have a lot of children who English is not their first language. They come from homes that speak Mandarin or Cantonese, they're largely Chinese or Malaysian. But we have several of the children who presented as almost nonverbal and with very little, language. But what we found was now we have some interns, pre-service teachers who are working with the children too, who their first language is Mandarin or Cantonese, and we're finding that we're getting a lot more, as we allow these people to interact with the children, we're getting a lot more language acquisition, or they're producing more language, both in their first language and in English, too. It's really interesting. Yeah.
I wanted to remark about your comment about working across countries. I'm sorry.
I just want to give a shout out to their work because they went across 3 countries in their study, and it was interesting how they found some similar, similar findings across their studies, even though they were Australia and the U.S. and Saudi Arabia, where people would probably think of the 3 very different places.
More evidence for us to influence this policy makers when they have a cross-country perspective.
And I'm so encouraged by that, by the opportunities for them to develop competencies or develop their home language proficiencies. But we need to encourage more conversation or students to be able to interact both in formal and informal opportunities, thinking about functional skills, opportunities that are more organic. And so oftentimes that's not the case. So we're thinking about groupings and different strategies that will really encourage those language domains. Any other questions or comments for us? I think we're at time. Thank you so much for coming to our session.
And you won't see us anymore today. Well, I mean, maybe walking around.
Right, I hope to see you.
They just wanted to go, you know, I'm always fascinated. Because I always think about black children holding bodies.
Okay. So do you have any people online? Do you have anybody online?
You know.
Is anybody attending online?
English.
There are some.
Okay, because I don't want my session to be recorded.
It's not even sort of full, coming.
Oh, do live record for
This one.
you.
You want us to stop it? This is the last, right?
Yeah.
So we can end it.
Okay, and then which computer are we using to pull up the I can pull up my Google Drive on that. So
My session is at 3:15.
your session is at 3.